Hello there, everybody, and welcome on in for our final act of Quantum Break. Hope everyone's week went well. Thank you all. Everyone who's here live, you are amazing. Looking forward to discussing the game as we go through and see if there's any more notes I can jot down before I finalize my game notes. I'm still working on the Alan Wake script as we speak, so it's going to be a little bit before I get to the writing Quantum Break, but that's the whole point of this. So, as a quick, I don't want to say apology, whatever the right word is. So if anyone is in a region and you're noticing that the third episode of this stream is missing, I did get a copyright claim for a Paramore tune and got blocked in a couple countries. So if you're missing it, I apologize. There's really nothing I can do about it. Without just erasing a huge portion of it, but is what it is. Anyways, and hold on, the cat is already trying to interfere with the stream. Zoe, what are you doing? That's my water, and that is not your keyboard. Oh yeah, I'm doing good. No, that's your water. No. That's your water right there. Even though she has her own coffee mug, she does not want to drink out of it. She wants to drink out of my cup of water. but is what it is. Alright, so I got my notes right here. There is no junction or episode at the end for this one, so this stream might be a little bit shorter than the other ones, but it just gives us more time to look at game stuff. You ended up buying the Quantum Break novel on Amazon. Should be here next week. Nice, James. You'll have to let me know how it all works out. Anyways, let's get this ball rolling. And the loading screen. So while we're waiting for this, in the novelization around this point, like, we know we had the boat incident in-game, but there's also situations like a helicopter that crashed into a church. Pretty much all of the local law enforcement kind of walked off their jobs this night because things are just insane. And the mayor of Riverport instituted martial law and ended up outsourcing the enforcement of said martial law out to Monarch, which does not help the issue.
The city's going crazy. The entire world. I can't even keep up with the reports. Listeners, if you really want to stay indoors, don't go outside. We don't know.
Time was broken. Working out of sync. The city was in a state of chaos. The end of time was closing
weird
in.
shit like this
And
happened
you
the
still
whole
believed
time.
you could fix it.
The solution was inside Monarch Tower. The
Oh my god, the game just froze for a second.
as Monarch knew it. The key to the lifeboat
Real life
protocol,
stutters happening.
Monarch's survival plan. But that didn't seem to matter to you.
I had a better plan.
Alrighties, let's head on over here real quick.
Okay then.
Oh, okay. And god damn.
Christ.
That is a train. That is absolutely a train. Okay, before we do that, though, we do have some Paul Serene audio files to listen to.
They're all against me. Every fucking last one of them. Trying to poison me, destroy everything I've built. I tried to save them. They've made it clear they don't want to be saved. Well, I'll give them what they want. I will make them suffer. I can feel the power growing inside me. This shell, it's only holding me back. Holding me from something far greater. I'll survive this, but in another form. I've seen where Jack is headed. I have seen where this ends. I'm going to stop him. I am going to destroy the countermeasure. They want to see my plan go up in flames. I will burn it to the fucking ground.
I think we kind of pushed him over the edge, guys. Yeah, surrender route kind of messed the bro up. Alright, so now let's go listen to the control variants of that. So let's pop on over. So this is going to be Paul Serene Audio Diary number 6, and we're going to be doing the control version.
I ordered Martin Hatch to execute his PR campaign. The universe...
Wait, hold on, that's that one. How foreign is this going to be?
The whole time,
Nope.
it was him.
Come on.
A vision. I've seen Jack at the swimming pool holding the device. That's where I meant to stop him. That's where I must go. That's where this ends.
Give me a second.
Planned
I might need to do it
Parenthood
here.
California.
I can't. I'm not seeing the breakdown at the bottom where it starts and stops. So give me a second. Do 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 do. Boom. And it's still not showing it here.
Work to guard the CFR chamber. I know he won't the whole time.
Okay.
It was-
Nope, that's not it either. And now the cat is eating my... I don't know what the cat's eating right now. Give me a second. Okay, I switched it back over to live chat, so Kes should be able to talk now.
Street headed. Why? Of my building. Why put an end to time before meant to build? Account Jack that number is out hurting.
Okay, give me a second so I can find it, guys. I apologize. Alright, I found it. Sorry, it took a little bit. I couldn't see it in the playback.
It's only a matter of time before the sickness takes over. I've delayed the inevitable, taken the final treatment to reach the clarity necessary for my final actions. All I've built, everything I've done here, it can't be for nothing. The lifeboat cannot function without the CFR, the countermeasure. I've had a vision. I've seen Jack at the swimming pool holding the device. That's where I meant to stop him. That's where I must go. That's where this ends. I ordered Liam Burke to guard the CFR chamber. I know he won't succeed, but at the very least he'll slow Jack down, make sure he comes out hurting. Now I have to finish the job. Know that everything I have done was necessary to assure our survival. Every life lost was in the service of our future. My fight ends today, but Monarch's has just begun. The end of time cannot be prevented, but it can be endured. We will survive. We will survive.
So yeah, in the Control version, I'm not sure how much I mentioned it last time around. Let me exit back into the game itself. Essentially, Paul manages to convince Liam to go ahead and put on one of the striker suits, and he's going to be standing guard in front of the CFR chamber. So there's a boss fight in this whole section with Burke if you end up going that route, but is what it is. Okay, and before we continue onwards to take a look at this crazy train, we do have some quantum ripples to look through. So let's go pop over into Act 4. Boom, quantum ripple. So this is the one where Jack tells Nick to go ahead and make a false report about him jumping into the back of a like a catering van or a moving van or something like that. So this is everything that comes out of that one. First things first, catering service employees arrested by Monarch all over Riverport. We saw that in the episode. Makes sense. All the mimes at the Riverport Street Performer Convention were arrested by Monarch. I mean, that kind of also makes sense because they're going to have, like, maybe Monarch thought that one of them was Jack in disguise or something like that. I'm just not sure why that is directly related to the catering van tip. Maybe it's just the idea, hey, he's out there in public hiding in plain sight. Who knows? And the last one is a clown performing at a child's birthday party was arrested by Monarch. Again, question mark, exclamation point, why? Even Dr. Morph and Dr. Ranger don't seem to know, but anyways. I mean, it's a good cover, guys, because if you're a mom, you're not speaking, so it's not like they can force him to talk. It's like, hey, I'm in character. I'm just staying quiet. All right, so Dr. Morphin, do you think these ripples are significant? That's the thing. You can't tell. I mean, one thing leads to another. It's a chain of reactions and cause and effect. Fine. We have this information. We can see the patterns they make, but it doesn't really make any difference. Well, I don't know if that's true. It's like you flip a coin. It's heads or tails, but there's no stakes to it. It doesn't lead to anything. Yeah, well, tell that to the mimes. Yeah, no shit, those mimes probably are pretty pissed. Alright, so now we have another one. I think it's right here. Nope. There we go. So this is because we caused a power outage back there in the transformer yard, the industrial area. Remember the guy's having the conversation where he makes a quote from Barry Wheeler saying, oh, it's just a reference. We forced a guy to quit his job. So Paul Palmer is the gentleman who quit. He's an electrician and goes into politics. So this guy eventually quits, goes into politics. Next ripple. Palmer's rival candidate, District Attorney Billings, is killed in a freak accident involving faulty wiring in 2012. Do we think that Paul Palmer assassinated his political opponent? Who knows? Paul Palmer runs for mayor in 2016. How far the ripples can go. So yeah, by causing the Transformer Yard power outage, we made this guy become the mayor of the town. Alright, so our last little transcripts. Wait, what? This was back in 2010? I was gonna vote for that guy. Yeah, I managed to trace the ripples. Crazy, huh? You can still vote for him. Yeah, but it's not the same anymore. That makes no sense. Nothing has changed. He was a good or bad candidate as he ever was. Yeah, but it's not the same. Just in time for that thing to hit. Alrighty, so quick little bit of... Wait, hold on, I gotta take care of these guys first. Why is my gun firing like that? I do not appreciate it. It's burst fire. That is not my normal weapon. I mean, it's doing the job, but still, it is not my normal weapon.
No.
Okay, I think there's 2 rounds of these guys here. Yep, there's another guy right around the corner. Where? Like, I can hear him, but I can't see him. There he is. Dude, you just ran right into... That dude just ran right into the train. I take no responsibility for his death. That's entirely his karma right there. Alright, I want to talk more about the train right here, but I can't because these guys will just not leave me alone. Oh gosh, of course he just had to add that in there. He just had to throw his little invincibility shield, you dick. Man, I'm basically out of ammo now. Okay, I'm gonna need to pick up one of these other weapons. Where are you? At least I got some ammo, if that works. Okay, until he stops doing that, I really can't deal any damage to him. There we go.
Where they keep the calendar? Shouldn't be too hard to find.
Alright, we're good. Alright, so what I wanted to say... Let's do this because it's a little bit quieter. So in the novelization, there's a lot more going on with this train, which I find kind of cool. So after leaving the point in time when Jack is sent back forward in time from 2010, meets with Jack and Nick and Sophia, he ends up jumping on a train. This train right here, Jack actually decides to jump on it to travel across Riverport to get here to Monarch Tower. Except the conductor of the train ends up just literally vanishing into thin air. He just vanishes because reality phases into a reality where he isn't there, so therefore now no one's driving the damn thing. So Jack ends up having to literally go cart by cart and gets all the passengers into the back of the train cars, freezes time there, and then basically rides this out-of-control train into the building. So this is literally how Jack enters the building in the book. And because time is frozen on the rear car, all the passengers are safe from the impact. But that'd be a really freaking cool scene if that's, rather than just walking in the front door and then the train hitting. No, he full-on rode it in. Let's do shotgun for right now. I haven't used a shotgun the entire time. Okay, where'd the shotgun go? Seriously. Oh, the shotgun's on the left there. I can hold both? I didn't realize you can hold both. Okay, I'm crazy. Anyways, moving on.
Oh man, there's so much crazy.
Okay, because of the loud noise, let's listen to him here.
Oh man, there's so much crazy stuff happening. Reports of more and more accidents are coming in so fast, we're being overwhelmed by them. Folks, I don't know what's going on, and I don't mind telling you, I'm fucking scared because this fucking city, hell, the whole fucking world... Oh, shut the fuck up, Barry. They can fire me for saying fuck if they want to. Do you honestly think I give a rat's ass at this point?
His producer's
I'm trying
named
to fucking
Barry?
tell people what's happening, and you ain't helping. So get off my dick. Sorry, people. I don't know why this is happening, but there's reports from all over the world. Car accidents, plane crashes, just things going haywire, and for no reason, like the bridge crash we had. It's scaring the shit out of me. Please, if you're listening, don't go outside if you can help it. Don't go on anything that moves. No cars, no trains, no nothing. Seems like everything that moves can be dangerous now, and nobody sees it coming. I know it's crazy, but we got hospitals filling up all over Riverport, and it's bad, and it's happening everywhere, and we're gonna make some calls and try and find out what's going on. We'll let you know as soon as we get any new information. Just be real fucking careful, people. Stay inside. Try to be safe, okay? Okay.
Dude, I love that VA's voice acting right there. And yeah, so it's apparently the producer of this radio station is someone named Barry. Now, I know we all want to have the wishful thinking. It's like, oh, dude, it's got to be the in-universe Barry Wheeler is the producer of this radio station. No idea. It's possible. Yes, it's possible not. The cat could be alive. The cat could be dead. We don't know. But that would be a really cool thing. The only problem I have with the theory is this is in Massachusetts. And apparently this Barry would have been in the studio at the time. And Barry Wheeler would probably be in New York. So he'd probably be in New York, which is the only reason I'm going to say probably not. Probably not, but that'd be pretty damn cool. So Tailsgate, can events of Quantum Break be retroactively viewed as an altered world event? Yes, absolutely. Alright, so now let's go listen to the other variant of this. 1 second. We can close out a U and switch over to Teresa's final message.
Hello, Riverport. This is Teresa Sedmak. As I am sure you are aware, things are very chaotic right now, all over Riverport and in the rest of the world. There's an epidemic of collisions of some kind happening. Car accidents, air collisions, all eerily similar to the Port Donnelly bridge crash we experienced earlier, where nobody seems to see these accidents coming until they happen. I personally witnessed a car slamming into 3 people, a family, as they were crossing the street, and I do not know where that car came from. The street was clear, and suddenly it... the situation is being addressed by Monarch Solutions, who are responding to the crisis by... I can't do this. This isn't worth it. They didn't tell me it would be like this. They knew, didn't they? Those sons of bitches knew, and the way that they were talking, I'm sorry. I have to go. I can't stay here. I have to go home.
At the very least, she figured it out by the end. It got a little too real for her. Alright, on the bright side, we have majestic beans. Coffee. Because, you know, all beans are majestic. Just wanted to point that out. Like, you know it's bad when your propaganda can no longer do it. They just give up.
Joyce, you hear me?
Charlie,
You're here for the CFR, right?
the countermeasure.
Well, you're kind of lucky because Serene's left the building. We're in lockdown, but the good news is I know this system like the back of my hand. I can open doors for you. All of them.
Cute.
You'll need to get to Serene's office. He's got direct access to the CFR. Alright?
Lemon, we're in Monarch Tower. We're on the bottom floor, the entry lobby of Monarch Tower.
Mr. Hatch! I thought you... They said you're dead.
They are confused about a great many things. I have a little job for you.
But you're... I mean, I'm not sure I should...
You are still working for me.
Yes, of course. Whatever you say, Mr. Hatch.
And this is after Emily or Liam either shoot him in the eye or stab him in the eye and he goes down. This is Hatch showing up after that event.
Buildings in lockdown. The hell's that even mean?
What do you mean?
Poor bastard doesn't know anything about the train crash. Hope he doesn't have a heart attack when time resumes.
He's probably gonna freak the hell out. In all honesty. So, if you go with the control route for the last junction, in the final episode, Charlie actually gets shot in the back of the head by Hatch and dies. So, instead of Charlie helping us through this section, Fiona actually taps in and assists us with, opening all these doors. And I find that version a little less believable because she's not really tech-savvy in terms of, like, hacking the entire system. She makes some offhand excuses like, oh, Charlie left behind some tools and stuff that I'm using, and I'm no expert, but he made it so it's stupidly easy that even a caveman can do it, you know what I mean? So I think it's more realistic to have Charlie still here doing this than Fiona doing it. That's not her area of expertise.
Welcome to the international headquarters of Monarch Solutions. This state-of-the-art building has become world-famous for its unique architecture and its iconic presence in the Riverport skyline. Incorporating an unprecedented level of automation designed with both comfort and security in mind, complete with a zero-carbon footprint, the building provides a safe
Well, at least there's
and
that.
environmentally friendly workplace for thousands of Monarch employees. Monarch Solutions. All we think about is the future.
Zero carbon footprint. Yeah. And a bunch of dead civilians.
I mean, Trailblazer, it wouldn't surprise me if animals can have shifter variants. I mean, why not? I mean, anything can, technically. Alright, research and development. We got prototype lab, server halls, IT security, prototype division, research lab number 2, marketing and CEO, office space, public relations, HR and IT. They must have huge HR department. Project teams, market resources, office space reception, main atrium, and lower atrium. I think we're in the main atrium right now. Alright, so I mentioned that I was going to talk about this. Let's do that right now. It's easiest to see it way back here. So I have seen some people make the suggestion. Where is it? Yeah. Let's scroll over here real quick so we can look better. So we have the logo for Monarch Solutions. So some people have made the assertion that if you look at the negative space under the V at the top, because this is supposed to be like a stylized butterfly is the whole idea, but if you look at the negative space below it, it looks like the top part of the nail down in the foundation. And the V at the top looks kind of like the pyramid from the board and how it fits together. Almost like the imagery of the nail and the board's connection kind of, or this unit is kind of a variant in the Control Alan Wake universe as Monarch's logo is in this universe. Not necessarily that it's a direct one-to-one. We're saying like, oh, the board's Monarch. No. In the sense that like Beth and Jesse are echoes of each other. I've heard some people make the assertion that this image is kind of a echo of the board and the nails imagery. I'm not sure where I stand on that, but I have heard it mentioned. No, I'm not saying anything of the like, Wolf, about Paul Variant as a board member. Not at all. I'm just stating what some people in the community have made the claim, but I have not personally fallen on that. I have not made a decision what side of that debate I stand on.
Right. Paul's office.
Alright, Monarch radio note. Won't work in stutters. Radio waves get stuck, same as everything else. Use stutter-proofed hardline terminals instead. And yet we're still somehow getting the Bobby Radford radio broadcast. I think that's more of just a game convenience, because it's otherwise you're not going to get it in this location, but... So there's an inconsistency there.
Alright, how am I getting to Paul's office?
It sounds like a coincidence, to be honest. Really cool coincidence, but a coincidence all the same. I mean, you could make the argument that it's more of like the platonic idea of a overarching, quote-unquote, overlord type of thing is represented by different symbols. But it doesn't mean that there's a narrative or lore connection between the two, more just like they're different manifestations of the same platonic ideal, if you wanted to really stretch it. But I don't know. And yeah, when I talk about the negative space, I mean this section right here that's in white. Not the black part, but the white part. They say that some people have made the claim that that's the top part of the nail, but again, I don't know. Alright, let's bail while we can. This is from Luther Talbot to Pablo Torres. Dude, we gotta get the fuck out of this place. I don't care what it's like outside. Did you hear the speech Serene just gave? He's unhinged, and he looks all fucked up too, like he's sick. This lifeboat thing's not gonna work out. I don't trust the guys to plan his way out of a wet paper bag anymore. He's way out of control. He's not even here anymore. He just climbed into a chopper and fucked off to God knows where. He's supposed to be in charge. How is that being in charge? And I heard he killed a guy. What the fuck? The other thing is that Joyce's asshole bound to show up here soon. I'm not gonna be a collateral damage for whatever thing he's got with Serene. I've seen the stats Clarice had. The body count he's racked up is now insane. Who's gonna stop him? The grunts? Fuck no. They can fight him if they like, but I didn't sign up for this crap. I'm just here to coordinate with shit. I'll take my chances outside. I'd rather freeze than get killed by that freak. At least that way you don't even know what's happening. I'll take over that over Bullet. I'm leaving, and if you have half a brain, you'll come with me. LT. Alright, and we do have another variant of this exact same email if we take the control section. So let's swap over, and this is called Getting to Be That Time. So this is the same email if we took the control version. And this is Luther again to Pablo. Hey Pablo, I think it's getting close. You better get your ass to the stutter-proofed area. I still can't believe this is real, but you see what it's like out there. Half the world's going to shit. Just glad we're in here. I don't know how it's all going to play out, but at least this way we got a chance. Maybe we can fix things later. I bet those science guys can work it out, right? Yeah, this is just a polar opposite where if Paul goes crazy, everyone loses faith. I think this is what this email is trying to get across, that everybody in Monarch is just like, okay, we gave up hope. Versus in Control, they still maintain hope. And hey, if you see that Jack Joyce asshole, just run, dude, okay? I was talking to Clarice, I didn't realize this before. I thought he was just sneaky or lucky or something, but I saw some battle reports in the field, and he's just a machine. Fucker just shoots his way through everything we throw his way. I know this place is safe, but I figure he'll show up sooner or later. I heard he's got some personal beef with Serene, so when he comes, you better stay out of his way. Let the Jarheads handle that, if they can. If Joyce is coming after Serene, he's going to be pretty mad when he finds out the boss just took a chopper out. You hear anything about that? What the fuck was that about? So it could get pretty ugly. See you in the dust clears, I guess. Stay safe, man. Alrighties.
I really don't want to go outside. The world's just gone crazy.
It is crazy out there, dude.
There's no way for them to understand what's happening. Must be scary.
Now, the problem is the building is in the middle of a stutter, which the whole building is supposed to be stutter-proof, so... Okay, shifter alert from Clarice. The lifeboat security protocols are now in full effect. Our stutterproofing has failed, and we have reports of shifters in the building. Which shifters we never see, unfortunately. You all know the drill. We have trained for this. Do not approach shifters alone. Remember that they are not restricted by the physical space in the same way we are. Deploy dampeners and watch your backs. Work in teams. Remember your tactics. Maintain your distance. Don't take any unnecessary chances. Comms are unreliable due to the stutter, so pass the word to others and take advantage of stutter collapses to communicate as efficiently as possible. We are attempting to repair the stutterproofing. Oh, sorry about that. I try to move my keyboard so the cat doesn't sit on it and bang the microphone. Zoe? Zoe? Can you not be right in front of the computer? Alright, but be advised, of the contrary, that our earlier timeline, which gave us years more to prepare, we believed we are now on the verge of final zero state, and every single stutter we encounter is more and more likely to be the one that never ends. That means our priorities have changed. The lifeboat is now in full effect, and ensure its success, it's our only objective, whether the opposition is shifters, Jack Joyce, or anybody else. It's vital that we all remember our training. If we do things right, we will make it out of this, and we will make it into the lifeboat. Good luck, and make me proud.
What's going on? I thought this would be the one place things were under control.
Yeah, right. It's all chaos. This whole survival plan Monarch has, it's falling apart. And there's something weird loose in the building. I don't even know what. I mean, that's why we're banking on you to fix this mess.
Okay, let's make sure. It looks like we have everything, so now we can head up. Alright, let's go on. So Clarice mentions that there are shifters in the building now, and I wish we saw them in game, but no. Oh look, 102.7 is Bobby Radford's radio bandwidth. Or his frequency, I should say. And in the novelization, Jack less so, but Paul is being attacked by shifters all over the place. Like, he's witnessing them quite often. Specifically, there's an army stalking him, and this is a really weird thing I wanted to mention, because everyone was talking about wanting to know more about Shining Palm. Well, the Shining Palm shifter has some allegiance issues and starts attacking the other shifters. So Shining Palm literally turns on its own kind, starts attacking the other shifters until there's no longer any left. And then, once they're at that point, does it actually start stalking Paul again and trying to attack him. So we have no idea, because he's attacking both sides of this little conflict. Oh, 1 second. Okay. Let's head up the elevator. You guys are having bad signals and the stream keeps stuttering?
I was getting closer to the countermeasure. Paul had the key to fixing the fracture all along, but he didn't see it.
There was nothing to see. He believed the fracture couldn't be fixed. That's why he used the countermeasure, the CFR, to create the lifeboat.
So we do see a little bit of them in the background here.
What the fuck is that?
And I was looking the wrong way. But yeah, all these guys are being killed by a shifter as we speak. And these guys right here.
Mr. Hack, sir, I mean, if I deactivate the stutterproofing system, won't that, if time stops again, then the building will be...
Let me worry about that.
It's just that I'm really not sure this is okay. Couldn't we just check with somebody?
Do I have to look up your home address?
No! No, sir. I'll do it.
See that you do.
I'm not going to talk about Shining Palm until I have them in my notes. Because there's a little drip of information all throughout. Alright. Martin Hatch. From Paul Serene to security teams, Martin Hatch has been detained and his authority over Monarch Solutions and its employees, along with his security clearance, has been rescinded. I want a full security team watching him at all times. He is not to be given access to any computer, systems, or communications. Don't talk to him, and don't allow him to talk to anybody. Lock him down and keep him locked down. If he attempts to escape, shoot to kill. I'll deal with him when I'm done with the current crisis. Okay, so we do have a Trust Hatch variant of that one. What's this one called? Cleanup completed. Where is it? Where is it? Cleanup completed. There we go. Alright, so the email, if we end up turning on Clarice, is from Simone Chaikin to the rest of the cleanup, to the rest of the team, or to Clarice. Miss Ogawa, I just cleaned up the situation room by means of I dealt with Dr. Amaral's corpse. Listen, this isn't something I'd ever say to the rest of the guys, but you're my boss, and I want to be honest with you about this. The whole thing's pretty fucked up. Okay, so this is if Paul killed Amaral. You know I've been in this shit. I've dealt with bodies before. I'm not exactly what you call squeamish, but this just seems wrong. I thought Amaral and Suri were solid, but I guess she crossed the line. And hey, if she did what they say she did, I can see why she had to go. You're loyal, or you're worm food. I got no problem with that. It's how I've always worked. But there's protocol. We're supposed to be disciplined, professional. We gotta tie up a loose end. You better believe we'll do it. But we do it by the book. You bump somebody off in the middle of a meeting like that, I don't know what that is, but it ain't business. That's just some street gang bullshit. You do that, makes me wonder what else you're going to do when things don't go your way. So, I've got concerns here. Just want you to know that. Anyways, it's done. I'll be at my post if you need me. Someone had to do some clean-up duty. What kind of gun is that?
Those men died fighting something that lives outside of time.
The very reason our weapons program was built. Serene knew they were coming.
Weapons weren't doing the trick.
Damn it, I lost my good gun.
Hey, guy. You in there? I'm locked out.
Yeah. I'm gonna get that door for you. Hang on. But be careful, there's a lot of scared and angry meatheads on the other side. There you go. Don't get your ass killed.
Something's attacking them. I want to see if the shifters attack them if I just stay here. They're literally debating whether to shut off their stutter-proof gear, because at least if they stay with them turned on, the shifters will attack them, but if they turn it off, they'll be safe, but they're not sure if they're ever going to come out of the moment of zero state. They honestly do not notice me. Sorry guys, but it doesn't matter what you guys choose. What you need? Wait. I'm just gonna stick to the pistol. Makes it nice and easy. Where? There you are. Holy Jesus, that one nearly took me out. It's like we're playing tag. With, like, super speed technology. Come on. Okay, now we gotta take care of these guys. Fuck! God damn. Yeah, this weapon sucks! Okay, I'm gonna have to use a shotgun for this round. Okay. Let's see if we can take it down with a shotty. God damn. Okay, finally got some rounds in. Ow. You guys see why my advanced SMG is the best weapon in the game? And I missed that entirely. Great. Let's let my stuff reload. Ow. Ow. Shit. Alright, take two, I guess. Shit. Okay, I think that's part two, so he's 2/3 health down. Seriously, having two of these guys at once is really kind of rough. If I can at least get one of these guys down, that'll make this way easier. Okay, I think that's one. Cool. Okay. Good. And I think that's two. We're good. Perfect. No, exactly. Because shifters would literally be able to just wipe these guys out without even a thought.
Monarch had turned the entire city against them. Used threats, violence to try to wipe out any evidence of their actions. It wasn't working.
Okay, so hardline protocol. Eliminate initial witnesses, Reaper squad, identify and prioritize further OPSEC threats, eliminate and intimidate silence as required, no loose ends. Unfortunate accidents allow no access to the site. Stonewall, no follow-up statement plus no proof equals nothing for media to work with. Info warfare, see Charlie Wincott for details. Contain and shut down all online leaks/tracks and neutralize users immediately. Disrupt cell phones, connectivity, filter out content as required. Alrighty, so now we got the other version of this, which is the PR protocol. Monarch PR protocol. This one, Monarch Solutions responds to tragedy, no public aggression, coercion and manipulation over violence. Contain, bury, spin, everything. Friendly, safe authority. Control Mayor, report PD. Monarch assisting the authorities. Deploy said mark for media control. Remove Radford. Yep, we experienced that throughout the entire thing. Manufacture terrorist threat, Jack Joyce. Note, Jack Joyce should be clear later addition on board. What? Should be a clear later addition on the board. Okay. See Charlie Wincott for details. Flood social networks and media sites with new narrative. Drown out legitimate reports with flood of conflicting accounts. So yeah, it's basically just, if one report comes out telling the truth, just drop 100 reports saying the opposite and law of averages, people will just believe the other part of it. Paint troublemakers as bleeding heart extremists. Attain critical mass, useful idiots will take over trolling. Alrighty, so now we got one computer in this area, and we are ready to move onwards. Oh my god, that sounded like the laugh from the little clown from Saw or something.
You told me that Hatch had Paul's full support. I saw otherwise.
There was a temporary misunderstanding.
Yeah, the jigsaw doll. That's what that little thing sounded like, I swear. That creepy asshole's gone. This is from Vera Kovacs to Alim Loden. Alim, did you hear that Hatch is out? I don't know exactly what went down, but Holden from Acquisition says Hatch did something to really piss off Serene. Maybe something that involved blowing something up on the island? I don't know, and frankly, I don't know if Holden did either. It sounds all pretty crazy, even by Monarch standards. Anyways, Holden says Hatch got escorted out of the office by a whole bunch of armed security guys. I mean, that wasn't security will escort you out of the building situation. Holden says it was for real, so I guess that guy's done. Good riddance, maybe. Now that we can get some work done without him Darth Vadering the crap out of us. The guys always creep me out. Oh, I had another thing too. You were right, Dr. Amaral came back. I'm sure Joyce would just, kill her, but nope, she made it back alive. Anyway, glad I was wrong about that one. She's pretty cool. She's cool people. She picked a good time to come back too. Things are getting pretty bad outside. It's really starting to dawn on me that we're lucky to be in here instead of stuck out there in the in all the craziness. They said there's planes coming down from the sky now. Crazy. Okay, let me know if you're okay, Alim. V. And we got another variance of this real quick. And this variant is called Holy Shit. That's if we trust Hatch instead. So this is also from Vera to, what's-his-face? To Alim. I know I was saying that there was no way Amaral would make it out of this alive, but now I just feel sick about the whole thing. I don't know if you heard she came back, except now she got killed right here in the building. I don't know what went down exactly. She was meeting with Serene and didn't walk out of the meeting. That's fucked up. I feel sick. Holden from Acquisition says she blew up the lab on the island and she wasn't actually kidnapped. She set the whole thing up with Joyce. I don't know if it's true or not. I mean, have you talked to her? She's nice. She always believed in what we were doing. I just can't believe she'd do something like that. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, what the fuck, man? Serene just killed her? Just like that? This scares the crap out of me. Please write back. I don't know what to do. This wasn't what they said it was going to be. The world's going to shit outside, and now I don't feel safe in here either. I could use some help. This is seriously bad. Let me know what you want to do. Okay, cat. Right here? No. She's literally just jumping on the ground, grabbing a bite of food, jumping back on the desk, walking around the desk, jumping down, grabbing another bite of food, and just doing that in a loop. Like, she's definitely getting her steps in right now, but... Anyways, alright, let's get going.
I need to access that sky bridge.
Yeah, no problem. Just a sec. But you better keep an eye out, Joyce. That thing out there, I don't think it's gone. Okay, off you go.
Monarch was scrambling. Paul's empire was falling apart all around me. I'd never seen anything like it. But Paul had. That's what he was preparing for all those years. He didn't do a very good job.
Boom. Riverport Holdings and Investments, the Riverport Gordon Hotel. K1 Distributions. And that helicopter is going down as we speak. Okay, question. Why is K1 Distributed Database Solutions have a second building literally right, like 3 blocks up the road? That is just unnecessary, in my opinion. One shifter.
Holy shit.
And we got some Chronon right there. Alrighty, so what do we got here? About my screenplay and new video. From Bruce Livingstone to Sophia Amaral. Hey, Sophia, still haven't heard back from you about my screenplay. I know you're busy with all your work, but this is really taken off in a big way. So let's try to get going on this, okay? I knew this thing was going to be huge, so I just went ahead and mortgaged my house to make this thing reality. It's my dream, and I'm going to follow my dream. And once I get the Kickstarter going, this thing's going to pay me back for the mortgage, so no problem. I already shot a short promo thing for the KS campaign, for the Kickstarter campaign. Let me know what you think. I'm going to star in it, but I've got some really cool part for you, too, if you want it. You'd be perfect for it. Also, like I said, I'm going to need the science feedback and stuff soon, so let me know. ASAP. Don't... Why did you mortgage your house, you dumb shit? You guys ready? Hell yeah! Alright, sorry, before we move on, we just have to, you know, like, watch that again. You guys want a full-length movie of that? I'd watch it. I mean, it'd be no different than really enjoying Kung Pao Enter the Fist. It has the exact same vibe. You're just like, oh god, I can't look away. It's so terrible.
They have a time machine here. Shit. This is where they brought the university core. This is Paul's machine. Looks like they have it on the top floor.
Okay, ensure personally the CFR chamber is secure. So if you go with the trust hatch route, this is the paperweight that Paul uses, at least in one of the timelines, to bash Sophia over the head and kill her. Literally just a little Monarch paperweight. Confession. Alright, so this is the guy that Hatch was bullying to turn off the stutter proofing. Mr. Serene, I know you're not at the HQ right now, and whatever mission you left on must be incredibly urgent, so you probably won't read this until you return. I know you'll be very, very angry with me, but I have to tell you what I've done. Using my maintenance access, I've deactivated the stutter proofing in the building. I know you'll be furious, but I did it because Martin Hatch threatened my family. I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared to tell you this because I know you're on edge, as it is, and clearly under tremendous pressure, but I have admired you and your vision for as long as I can have worked for you, and I want you to believe we can still fix things. So you have to know that it's Hatch. He made this happen. He knew exactly what would. I'm sorry, there are now dead people in my feet, and I don't know how to fucking deal with this. They're strikers. They weren't here when I started writing this email, and now they are... There's a lot of blood. I literally had to wipe it off the screen just to be able to keep typing. It had to be a shifter that killed them. Their Chronon harnesses were broken. I couldn't wear them if I wanted. But without one, I'm safe, right? No shifters outside of stutters, or that's what they've told us in training. So I'm safe, and when stutter hits, I don't even notice. Unless a plane hit the building or something. God, I fucked up so badly. People are dead because of me. Not just these two, but throughout the building. The stutter proofing was supposed to keep the shifters out, and now everybody must be dying. Somewhere between the seconds. Everybody could be dead already. I don't know. I can't take this. I don't trust Hatch. I think that son of a bitch is after the CFR. I think he was never on our side. This is some kind of weird game to him. Shit, I don't know what he's doing, why he's doing this. I'm just an engineer, and I don't know how to deal with this. It's too much, sir. I know you must be furious at me. I deserve it. Believe me, I know. Please don't take it out on my family. Goodbye, Bernard Riker, Senior Chronon Tech. Alright, and we do have another variant of this in one of the other timelines, so let's go check that out real fast. Alright, so this one is Confession Hatch variant. Mr. Serene, I know you're not in the HQ right now, and whatever mission you left on must be incredibly urgent, so you probably won't read this. Wait, hold on. Isn't that exactly the one I just read? I think that is the one I just read. Hold on. Give me a second. A confession. Maybe it's this one. Nope. Definitely that one. It just started off exactly the same. Sorry. Angry with me, but I have to tell you what I've done. Using my maintenance things, that's exact same. Tell you because you're on edge and you're under tremendous pressure. Honestly, this looks like the exact same letter. I'm not seeing any variances in it. Maybe the game's crazy. Who knows? Just imagine how insane that would be if you're just standing there trying to type an email and randomly a bunch of dead bodies just manifest into reality right around you. And then you realize it was your fault. It's freaking rough. Dude, that guy literally just got thrown through the glass there. Jesus. It's on the other side of that wall. Whoa. Oh, there's a nice pop. And unfortunately, this is the only time we witness a shifter in the entire game. And that's it.
What the fuck was that thing? The train.
All personnel, stay clear of the lower levels. There's a possible hazard. Repeat, stay clear of the lower levels. There appears to be a train crashed into the building. The situation is under control. All personnel should remain in secure areas. There are intruders in the building. Repeat, remain in secured areas.
Yeah, I would have loved this to be... Like, I'm not really a huge fan of stealth missions, but this would be a fun excuse to have Jack basically have to choose between, you know, confronting Monarch troops or just standing back and letting shifters attack them while he sneaks around the whole thing. There's so many opportunities that unfortunately they couldn't get to due to time and budget restraints. And yes, I do not think that a train crash into the building means you have things under control. Just saying. Just saying.
Hey, Charlie. I got another locked door here.
Not bad, Joyce. That's Serene's office. Let me just unlock that bad boy for you. Serene's got access to the CFR chamber from his office. I'll meet you there. Ah, there.
Okay. So Nietzsche for Speedy. So they explained in the, or they mentioned in the art book that they were developing the shifter enemy specifically for the end of time section where you're playing as Beth at the end of time, but eventually that whole section got cut from the game just due to time constraints, and they absorbed a lot of what was going to be told there into other methods of the game. So they kind of weighed the idea of, do we even finish developing shifter encounters if we're not going to use 90% of them in the end of time? And they decided to cut the whole thing, because 90% of the encounters were going to be in that end of time section.
Paul was already gone, but he left behind the one thing I needed.
We have a mission. Prep the chopper.
Ready to lift off in 15, sir. What's the profile?
Full tactical complement. And we're going to need a tech squad for assembly. I'll brief them on the way.
Copy that. Good hunting, sir.
Alright, and now we have what is arguably the most... You know what? Not even arguably. Objectively the most important note in the game. The Untitled Note. I have left this message here for you to find, so that soon, when the time comes and I ask you to choose, you can do so with your eyes open, and with some hint of understanding. I have no secrets, and the only things I choose to admit are the ones that you, in your current, limited state, would not be able to grasp, no matter how hard I try to make you understand. I have walked down the same path you are on now. Once, from your perspective, a long time ago, although time no longer has such meaning to me. I too came in contact with a time machine. In my case, it was not a man-made device, but a natural one, in a cave. And remember Night Springs DLC, where Mr. Door in the comic book enters the cave? Same story, depicting the same event. It could come as no surprise, really, that such things exist, much like natural nuclear reactors do exist, such as the now defunct ones in Oklo, Africa. After all, the Meyer-Joyce field has its irregularities. And if we're going to have this idea echo into the Prime Alan Wake Control universe, that's going to be gateways to the Dark Place. And I could foresee how every single location in the Alan Wake universe that has a door to the Dark Place in the Quantum Break universe has a irregularity in the Meyer-Joyce field. Same physical locations, just the issue with them is different. I too became Chronon active. I too developed Chronon syndrome. And in time, I too lost control and became a shifter. Became at once everything and nothing. Was everywhere and nowhere, died countless deaths, and was still alive, my every probability, every possibility, happening at once. I promised I would not lie, and thus I tell you, the noise and the pain and the rage were more than anyone could suffer and not go insane. I burned in this fire for a long time. There were brief moments of awareness in this endless nightmare, different versions of certain key moments in my life that I found myself reliving again and again, trying to make things right, like a puzzle, on and on and on. I am convinced that the stutters at the end of time saved me, for those were the only places, the only times where I could ever briefly stop and rest and slowly find focus and control again, and ultimately master the state. Not emerge from it, not be cured, not go back to what it was before, for there's no such thing, but to learn to be in one place and everywhere at once. My perception is altered, like that of someone who has seen a perceptual illusion and discovered that the picture is both a young girl and an old woman at the same time. Once you see them both, you can never not see them. We are such limited beings. We play with just one piece on one square of an endless chessboard, just one life, one timeline, and an infinite multiverse of possibilities. Am I an exception? The only one who has found his way to the other side? Or is this just a shifter's brief dream before a stutter collapses? There are other shifters. Your best friend, who is now your mortal enemy. Dr. Kim. Others. Some of whom you knew. No, it doesn't matter who, because they are gone, and when they emerge, if they ever emerge, they will not be who they were. Just as I am not who I was before. I have done my part in helping you achieve this state. If time is an ocean with a frozen surface, then the stutters at the end of time are holes in that ice, opportunities to come up for air. I have a plan, it's already in motion, but it would be futile to try to explain it to you, like trying to explain 3 dimensions to someone who can only see one. But make no mistake, I do not look down on you. I strive for humility, even as I shift this world from one state to another. I will make this possible. I stand in between. I don't see myself as a gate. I remain humble. I'm something smaller. A hatch. Yes, he does stand in between on his talk show. Alright, 1 second. The cat needs to go outside, so let me go do a quick BRB, and then we'll talk about that untitled note. 1 second. And we are back. Alright, so in the book, they very much do confirm that at least one of the shifters that he mentions is probably Beth Wilder. However, the Beth that Jack knew in his universe is dead, officially. However, because of the events surrounding Ground Zero, she did get Cronin activated, which means all other infinite variations of her are now can possibly slip into this universe. But, again, that's not the same one. Even if it's an identical copy with only one freckle out of place. You know what I'm getting at. It's just some version. Now, he did mention that the man that went into the cave technically was and was not him at the same time, so I'm curious how it plays into the idea of Mr. Door entering the same cave and being... I'm just trying to reconcile the idea that in that comic book, Door resonated so hard that he destroyed every other version of himself. Because that was a part of the Timebreaker DLC. The Timebreaker episode of Night Springs. Is that Door claims that he ended up destroying everybody, or every other variation of himself. And that part always sat with me wrong, because in this game, we know the only true way to destroy a shifter is to collapse its wave function. And if Door destroyed all of those variations of himself, then he is the only remaining. He essentially collapsed his wave function. Now, who knows? Who knows? But that would make sense to me at the end of the day. And it also gives some motivation for Hatch trying to push forward the end of time. Because if you exist with your consciousness ripped and torn and stretched between infinite variations of reality, being able to just focus on one thing and one thing only is like a vacation. As he said, it's like coming out of a frozen lake and you're able to breathe for the first time. The thing is, Flarouge, we don't know. I can't say he's no longer a shifter because that's the implication we're given, but at the same time, it seems rather odd that Mr. Door would collaborate with Alan on the Timebreaker episode of Night Springs and specifically write a story where he weakens himself. Like, it just doesn't make sense for me, to be honest. It's just, I have no idea, to be 100% frank.
My office alarm went off. Is that you skulking around, Jack?
Fuck you. I'm done playing games. I'm here for what you stole.
Yes, of course.
The CFR. If you understood just how much depended on that, you'd leave it alone. But I know you don't care.
You're right. I don't. And it looks like you're not here to stop me.
Yes. Yes, everything will play out as it has to play out. I'll see you very soon, Jack.
Honestly, Trailblazer, I would argue you should definitely play Control before Resonant.
Crazy bastard.
Because there's just so much narrative prep. Okay. Find Martin and kill him. From Paul to Clarice. Clarice, I want you to figure out where the fuck Martin Hatch is and kill him. I'd hunt him down myself, but I don't have the time for it. I need to be in the chopper in a few minutes, so make no mistake. He needs to die. There can be no doubt. Don't take any chances. Cut off his fucking head. And I sent a full security team after him, and now they're all dead. How the hell does Martin do that? Who's helping him? Or did he do it himself? What is he? At least the lifeboat's running. Make sure it stays that way, Clarice. That's what this is all about. If it was for nothing, there'll be hell to pay. And look after Sophia. I'm trusting you do not betray me. You're not like all those gutless weasels. I see the looks they give me. Don't think I don't. I'm starting to see very clearly now that I've been too trusting for years now. I mean it, Clarice. Find that son of a bitch and kill him. Keep the lifeboat running. Take care of Sophia. Don't let me down. I'm not going to take another betrayal well. Even though Martin destroyed my treatments, I've got enough time left to set things straight. If I have to. Count on it. Just do it. Alright, so we have technically four variations of this email. So let's go down the list one by one. So the next one is going to be if you trusted Amaral, but you picked the Control version. So you stayed in Control and took the final treatment. Clarice, as you know, I have a mission to embark on, so I'll try to be brief. I initiated the lifeboat protocol over Martin's objections. Given how things have developed since then, I'm glad I did. I don't fully understand Martin's motives, but it's obvious he's moving against me, and against the entire survival plan itself. I know you have worked closely with him, and I know this must come as a shock. It's also alarming that in evading capture, Martin took out an entire security team. For an unarmed man who's ostensibly not combat trained, that should be impossible. Obviously, this is highly alarming news. I don't know if he had help, or if there's even more to Martin than we have come to suspect. But he's had free reign over this company for a long time, and is extremely resourceful and persuasive. It's not clear to me who I can trust at this point, but I know I can depend on you. I trust that you will see things through in my absence and ensure the sutterproofing stays up. In particular, I would appreciate if you were to ensure that Dr. Amaral stays safe in the lifeboat. She has been through a lot over the past 24 hours, and she still managed to make her way here to bring us vital intel. Thank you for your loyal service, Clarice. It's always been appreciated. Alright. So the next one is going to be if we trust Hatch, and then stay in Control. Clarice, I have a few minutes before the chopper takes off, so this will be brief. As you know, the lifeboat protocol has been initiated without my permission. Remember, because Amaral goes in, sneaks in, and activates the lifeboat protocol if Paul chooses not to. So it could be argued in this instance that the lifeboat being activated is a fixed point scenario in this story, because regardless of who activates it, it always gets activated, whether it be Paul or Amaral. So it seems like that has to happen. Dr. Amaral's betrayal of everything this company stands for has not been a blow. At least she can no longer be a threat to our plans. I wish it hadn't come to that, but it is what it is. Regardless, now the lifeboat is active, the decision has been made for us, and we're now committed to that course. I trust you and Martin to keep an eye on everything while I am gone. Please ensure the protocol is executed properly and without mistakes. It's no exaggeration to say that the fate of humanity depends on us now. And much as I hope to guide us through these moments, I have to face facts. My treatment's gone, it's questionable how long I can go on. There are still things I must take care of, and while I believe I've had enough time for that, this may be the last time we have a chance to communicate. I've always appreciated your loyal service, Clarice. It has been a pleasure and a privilege. Hey, take it easy, Tailgate. Alrighty, so we got one more variant of this. It's the one that says fix this mess. So this is if we trust Hatch and then surrender. Let's see how unhinged this can be. Okay, let's see if I can channel my day job frustrations into this one. I killed her, Clarice. I smashed her face and it broke my heart. And I should have done it sooner, before she fucked us all. But of course, it's too late. I should have done that before she activated the lifeboat, and before she killed me, because that's what she did. She and Jack destroyed my treatments. She might as well have put the bullet in my heart. How long has she been working with him? How come you didn't catch her, Clarice? Aren't you supposed to be on top of things? I see these people in my building safe only because I keep them safe. They work for me. I pay their salaries. I see how they look at me. I know what they're thinking. Like saving the world was for the faint of heart. How much of her poison did she spread before I stopped her? Fucking Sophia. Forget it. It's done. I'll deal with it all. But I don't have time for this. I have to get to the chopper. Okay, I'm trying not to make a joke there. Damn it! Make these people fall in line, Clarice, and make sure Lifeboat is in order. I don't know if I'm coming back, but if I do, I expect everything to run right. Get it done. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. Thank you, How Not to Unalive Yourself. I appreciate it. I was just trying to channel my frustration of my day job all week into that one. Hopefully it came out okay. Alright, so that's the last variation of that email, so let's get back into the game. Ka-ching and ching. Alright, so we got a few things up here.
Just a couple of minutes between stutters.
The countermeasure was
got a
Paul's
few things to
prize.
investigate.
Everything he built was based on Will's device. His plan depended on it. You better believe I look forward to taking it from him.
Only one of Serene's treatments survived the explosion. His time was running out.
So was everybody else's.
So what do you think this actually was? I mean, realistically. Chronon radiation. Like, because of the mask, it implies it's very much like an aerosol, but it's like Chronon-infused aerosol? I have no idea.
What happened to you? Looks like you ran into that creepy thing.
You see, they're basically irradiating his body with Chronon to keep him stabilized. That is just a weird piece of art. It's like they started trying to make clouds for Combustor Sword and stopped halfway through, and never sharpened the edges, and never put the hilt on. Sorry. Alright, and these are very interesting looking lights. I mean, they look like antlers to me. Just saying. Oh god, we got a long email chain going on here. Okay, scroll all the way down to the bottom. Okay. So this is to Paul from Sophia. Paul, we now have finalized the plans for acquiring and transporting the time machine core from the university lab. Your instructions are quite clear. We won't actually move in until your younger self has entered the machine, and the men will try to take the Joyces alive, with the understanding that Jack Joyce in particular could be a threat, and neither can be allowed to escape under any circumstances. I'm still quite uncomfortable with all this, Paul. I understand your reasoning, and I know the stakes are high, but I don't want to see anybody hurt. It's antithetical to my role as a scientist and the poetry I fear. Wait, sorry, wrong game. And I wish you'd reconsider. Surely there's a better way to resolve this. Moral implication, aside of the loss of Dr. Joyce's expertise, alone would be a great blow. If everything goes smoothly and quietly, we will transport the core directly to the Monarch. Oh, so this takes place before the actual university attack, via ground route. If there's commotion and it seems there's any risk of detection, we will instead airlift the core to our dry docks operation, and then move it discreetly from there to the HQ. The construction of the new time machine frame at the top of Monarch Tower has been finished since last year. Once we've received the core, it will be installed into the time machine per your orders. I know you don't intend to use it, but even with the limitations the nature of time travel imposes on us, I have to say it seems like a great waste to not take advantage of such a resource, both from a strategic and scientific point of view. Alright, this is to Sophia from Paul. Sophia, I understand why you would feel that way, but this isn't something to take lightly. It's my experience that time travel only complicates things, and while my own trip through time has given us great opportunities, it also sets me on this path. I want to control it, not use it. That said, I want to have the machine ready to use for emergencies. My foreknowledge of future events will end very soon, and it might prove to be useful to have the options of obtaining more detailed information from the future. Obviously, given that the furthest you can go back is the machine's activation at the university, visiting the past seems fairly useless. Also ensure that the machine is heavily guarded at all times. Nobody's allowed to operate the machine besides myself, and I want the quarter to remain undeployed unless I give specific orders to the contrary. As for the Joyce brothers, I intend to give William the option of joining us, if possible. But I know him. He's a very stubborn and unstable man, and I don't know if we could ever trust him. I don't need to remind you that he built, in that ridiculous little workshop with very limited resources, a device that broke the local physics at Ground Zero and caused my Chronon syndrome. I don't intend to give him a chance to show us what else he could do if he decides that we are a target. That, along with the visions I have seen, there are certain sentimental reasons that make me wish I could let William live, but I doubt that he makes it possible for us. As for Jack, I'm not too worried. It took me a long time for him to master my abilities, so Jack shouldn't be a major problem unless he manages to use stutters to escape the area. Luckily, stutters should be very rare in the early stages of the fracture. Still, I have come too far to take any chances. I'd prefer to take him alive, but nothing can be allowed to put our plan at risk. I'm sorry to have to involve you in something like this. I know it's not that you signed up for, it's not what you signed up for. And as I said, I don't expect you to be personally involved with that part of the operation in any way. I'm not particularly happy about this part myself, and I wish I had better options. But our circumstances are as they are, and I have come too far to falter now. I hope you understand. And question, would Saga be able to use her mind place on Jesse, or would Polaris kick Saga out? There's no way to know, but we have seen an instance where, for example, Odin takes over the connection with the Mind Palace, so at least someone like him would be able to do this. And I think Scratch also kind of fights her out of the headspace. So I think it would be feasibly possible for an entity like Polaris to be able to kick her out, or at the very least control the interaction. But again, we've never experienced this actually happening, so who knows. From Sophia back to Paul. Yes, of course, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to add to your burden, and I know that these are hard decisions. You can count on us to proceed as planned. I know you're exceptionally busy now that time is almost upon us, but I was hoping you'd have time for dinner. Sophia, please update me on our progress with the time machine core relocation. Where are we with this? Thank you. And he completely ignores her proposition. Don't worry about it. We're on schedule. Your time machine core from the university has been transported to the HQ and is currently being installed into the new time machine frame we've built for it. You'll have direct access to it from the CFR chamber as requested. And no, before you ask, you can't actually access the CFR chamber from the time machine. That elevator can only be activated from within the chamber, so no one working on the machine can get to the CFR. I thought you'd appreciate that layer of added security. I know how important it is to keep the CFR safe. Anyway, I know you don't actually intend to use the time machine, but you should. But should you ever need it, all we gotta do is deploy the corridor. It's actually all hooked up now, but we're still running some final diagnostics. The tech should be ready with it before the call is over. What was this one called? Confession. Yeah, that's called Time Machine Core. Oh, I already checked it off, that's why. Alrighties. Okay, whoever thought this was a good idea to design a bookshelf like this? Fuck you. That's all I can say. I mean, it just gives me a headache looking at that. So yes, this is where Paul sleeps. Too much glass for me. Zero deaths, Drago.
Paul spent a long time running Monarch in secret. It probably didn't help with that whole disconnected from reality thing.
Reflections on the end. I wish my memories about the end of time were clearer, but it wasn't anything but a clear time in my life, and the world was such a jumble, a frozen mess of different timelines crashing together. I was running for my life the whole time, trying to avoid the shifters, not an ideal state of mind for gathering intel, and it didn't help that she kept chasing me, trying to kill me. Beth Wilder, one of my own people. It was her all along. Even then, trapped in the end of time, as little as I understand about what was going on, I couldn't tell she wasn't like me. I could tell she was not like me, that she didn't have the powers I did. I know she had some kind of technology that kept her going in that suspended hell. Of course, I had no idea it was the device I would eventually have my own people develop. I suppose I should appreciate the irony that it was her chronon harness, my own chronon harness, that it gave me the idea for the Lifeboat Protocol. The idea that our technology could let humanity survive the end of time. I suppose I have to thank her for that, and she paid for her sins, in the end. But she left her mark on me. I know the time to pay for mine is approaching quickly, but not just yet. Back then, when Wilder and I played our game of cat and mouse at the end of time, if I'd had an ounce of control over my powers that I do now, things would have turned out very differently. Between the two of us, she was strong and had the training, and I was young and weak and scared. Even so, my abilities gave me an edge. I was lucky she didn't have a full striker gear. She was the one with the upper hand. I did not learn to properly... That's just a horrible sentence. Properly control my abilities until much later. In those days, they were unpredictable and operated on instinct. Control didn't come easy. I can't help but be aware that this doesn't seem to be the case for Jack. His mastery is growing by leaps and bounds. Is it just because that's the way he's been always been, fast on his feet, bold and adaptive, or is the fracture affecting him too? I thought we could contain him. It cost us dearly. It's not a mistake I'll make again. Alright guys, you ready for the next big part of this? First things first, I gotta go let Her Majesty Queen Zoe back into the house, because now she's scratching at the window. And then we are going to read all of this. Every little last bit of it. So 1 second. All right, we are back, and thank you so much, Vermin, for the donation. You are amazing, and thank you for hanging out today. Alrighties, we got the whiteboard. The whiteboard to end all whiteboards.
17 years, he lived through twice. All of it mapped out, from memory.
He knew the market trends before they occurred. He had the tools to make a fortune, and he did.
Alright, before we start reading that, though, I did not notice these other businesses back here. So give me a second. Businesses is Perkins Media Analysts. And then there's one more over here. What does that say? Stone Rose LLC. Stone Rose LLC Industries. Yes, everything is on fire. I mean, look at the stars right now. They are just not acting right. Things are breaking down. Yeah, it's a bad scene all around. Alright, let's do this. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to do much more than zoom in this way. 1999, February 28th, exit the time machine. And then in March, keep it silent. Start low-level investments. Later in March, sell industrial money. March 29th, Dow Jones peaks record. Then in April, search for Williams time machine has been removed from the industrial area. Trail suggests machine was destroyed. Make sure it wasn't. Okay. And then one of the first notes, back when he first exits, is find the mystery woman, recover from injuries, write down notes on everything witnessed at the end of time, formulate a plan with clear steps. And then in May, high-profile investments, CMG, Ford Motor, Dell, Monsanto, Corning, something. And then we drop back down here into June, which is Kosovo NATO peace, stock effects. Then back in later on in June, begin recruiting security personnel. Mercenary groups, ex-military, contact Gibson. And then they mentioned Gibson again here as well. Hey there, Zoe. I can't see the whiteboard because your furry patooties right in the way. Hey, you wanna like grab a seat on my lap? You can fall asleep there. No? Come on. Come on, right here. Oh, and I just lost my pen. Come on, you can hang out right there. Where did my pen go? No, cat. Please not write on the keyboard. Because you can literally stop the entire stream if you step on that keyboard. Okay, fingers crossed that she'll accept this setup. Alright, where were we? So he's going to start recruiting security and mercenary personnel back in June. Then in July, he goes on the route of a pull team together to find the Traveler. Women from the end of time still not identified must be found are threat to our plan. And that's back in July. Then we pop forward in October to prepare for the .com bubble. And then November, contact Feng. No clue who that is. Prepare stock purchases early. This is Sheng Zhao launch. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Now we're going to move onwards into the year 2000. She's headbutting my microphone, so I apologize if you hear anything. Alright, in January, .com bubble peaks. Need research. Don't wait too long. Sell stock, selection, N.13. In March. Right after that is the Time Warner sell. Buy America Online. And then in March, scout for Chronon research team. April, start 9/11 investments. April, Dr. Kim recruits highly regarded as Joyce's competitor in the field. Then June, start El Salvador groundwork. So I guess he was doing some work in El Salvador at this time. No sign of Mystery Woman from End of Time. Search continues. Female, red hair. So even here it confirms red hair. Even though in-game they make her look more like a brunette. Or auburn at the very least. At least in-game. In the TV show it's a little more red, but... Okay, anyways. Late 20s, linked to Joyce. Then in August, begin tracking William Joyce. September, William working on a new project. William is developing new tech at his workshop. Observe from afar until more is known. November, Bush elected December 12. Prepare Republican connections. Have good share of military-industrial complex. John Avenue, 0 cent, whatever. And then in December, ready plan concerning Afghanistan. 2001. January, El Salvador earthquake. Musical Kitty. Alright, sell WTC real estate, prepare for Monarch HR prep. Then March, construct research and development facility on Gold Island. April, start Chronon research. And then in June, we're going to have Allison PR and aid money. 9/11 occurs. Real estate sales, done. Improve relations with PMCs, done. Warned. Stevenson invests in New York, collect assets. October, 25% funding for survival plan, done. Later in October, send letters to senators, prepare for Homeland Security action. Remember, because in the book they do clarify that he got some kind of permission, like went through the bodies of the House, or the legislative branch that allowed him to operate his own paramilitary group on U.S. soil. November, Flight 587, call Carla, public PR. Oh, sorry, not Carla. Sorry, I paused there for a second. So I was thinking of Director Trench's assistant, but her name was Barbara, not Carla. My bad. I almost jumped at something that wasn't anything. Year 2000, media buyout preliminary measures. Growing questions about Monarch's true membership. Buy out all sources. Later in January, establish relations with Facebook team. In March, use U.S. to Afghanistan. Hold on M210 stock. Contact embassy 2 weeks ahead. Plan 3. Then in April, make JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory investments. June, invest in Iraqi oil. Monarch stock will rise in August. The Gold Island R&D facility is complete. Campaign against offensive actions. And then in October, lead on Mystery Woman found, spotted near Joyce's workshop. Double security around workshop, and this is in 2002. In November, we have the UN Security Council, PR campaign against offensive actions. Homeland Security Act in end of November, apply for corporate cooperation. Move on to 2003. February, get involved with JPL. Offer assistance. STS-107 disaster. And then later in February, Livingstone found dead. New dev manager needed. Wait, what? Livingstone found dead. So Bruce Livingstone is the guy who made Time Knife. Is that like a family member of Bruce, or... Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. And we're all Monarch Gala. Time Machine, Lifeboat Protocol, Low Erotic Thriller, Shocked Fiona Cocktail, Sword, Chronon Source, Screenplay. So this was on May 11th of 2016 is when he sent part 2. So this is in 2016 when he sent that. But this is 2003. Draco, stop it. You're laughing at the guy who made it is dead. What is this? I'm writing this down. Hold on. I'm putting this in my stream notes. Livingstone found dead in February 2003. I hope this is the same guy, not because I wish ill on the poor dude, but solely because it would be an interesting continuation of his character story. But anyway, sorry. Sorry, let's just move on. Let's just move on. Okay, beginning of March, 50% of funding for the survival plan has been achieved. Then in March, later, Iraq. April, start PMC operations. That's private military companies. Now, here's an interesting connection, even though this is a very razor-thin lines. So we know that in the Crossfire X universe, the entire global militaries don't exist. Like national militaries no longer exist. The entire world is basically, I don't want to say run, but it's a bunch of private military organizations. These PMCs, PMOs that run everything, and nations will contract them to fight on their behalf. I could foresee an idea where if Martin Hatch taking control of Monarch proceeds down to the ultimate end of things, that he would basically create a PMC that the rest of the world uses. That'd be interesting. But that's me trying to force the Crossfire X universe to have some kind of relevance. Alright, so also in April, Martin Hatch is promoted to development manager. In June, buy MATLAB tech startup. July, start lobbying for Bushwind next year. September, begin Chronon Tech Division recruitment and preliminary research. October, Zhengzhou 5, make sure investments are ready. November, start Monarch Security branch in London. Okay, so we do get confirmation then, I suppose, that they do have Monarch in London, across the ocean. Wait, what was Bruce's job? Let's go check real quick. I don't think it ever actually told us what his job was. Just to be 100% honest, I don't think they told us. Let me finish. It doesn't specify here. Bradbury Cinema Ground Zero. Here's the other one that has it. We haven't talked much. I'm one of Serene's guys from Reaper Squad. Okay, so he's from Reaper Squad. He's from Reaper Squad, not a development manager. So it might be like a family member of some kind. Okay, so yeah, I'd say that this Livingstone Found Dead is not the guy who wrote Time Knife. Sorry, Draco, I know that's the ending you wanted for that madman. Alright, so, 2004, MERS B, check with NASA, sell operations to Nicholas Bates. February, Facebook. February, 5 years in, 5 years in, stay strong, one path. Then in March, we have the lifeboat planning session begins. July, 75% of the funding for the plan is achieved. August, market Monarch security in London. September, Senator Ridley questions Monarch authority. Develop a resolution plan. Uh-oh. September, YouTube get involved early. October, PR team to Thailand. Now, Thailand is where Jack was hanging out for the longest time before the start of this whole thing. Granted, at this point in time, in 2004, Jack still lived in Riverport. Jack didn't leave Riverport until 2010. Anyways, November, Bush reelected, November 12. December, resolve Ridley issue. Gibson to lead team. So he has Gibson assassinate Ridley, I'd presume. Lists Senator Ridley, Chairman Sanders, something judge. There's a judge that they get rid of. Derek Mall and Judge Adams. So yeah, he orders the assassination of a judge, a sitting senator, and a chairman. And then down here at the bottom, we have the Southeast Asia Earthquake Global PR Campaign. Send emergency aid to Thailand visible. Oh, that's why he was in Thailand, because he knew that the earthquake was coming, so he wanted to set up a presence first, and then when the earthquake hit, he can just come in and act like the savior. 2005, February. Possible mystery woman sighting. Several reports of her in Bradley area. No confirmation. Sweeping area for possible leads. Then we have the Katrina team. Okay, they're getting ready for Hurricane Katrina. April, YouTube launch. Acquire stocks. Launch PR campaign services. July, call Bob at emissary. Private military company. Surveillance services offer. So PMCs. July, get deal for London. Then back in August, phase 1 complete. Total funding has been achieved. Then in August, 100% funding for Survival Plan achieved. 135% above expectations. August, subprime cleanup for Monarch. In November, get Sheriff Twitter. November, media buyout for the second phase. So at this point, he's involved in Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, where he holds controlling shares there. And then in September, I missed that, but Riverport police force takeover begins, and they start taking over the local law enforcement. Begin planting Monarch into police force, build list of officers who are not viable. Okay, we're now in 2006. Sorry guys, we still have that much more to go. Like I said, this is going to be the longest one. February, obtain Apple stock, and now he's getting Apple. Buy Riverport Monarch HQ lot. That's in February. In March, buy PharmaCorp for swine flu mania. Cheap. Sell stock before bank crisis of 2007. Yep, because we have the 2008 crash. Flight 778 in July. Twitter takeoff. Do not sell before 2013. Remember, PR tweet. July, commence Chronon Tech development. Research for sustainable stutterproofing suit, stutterproofing field, and striker suit. Combat for protection against shifters. August, roadmap development for next steps. Lifeboat feasibility discussions. In October, we have Martin Hatch promoted to spokesperson. Growing attention requires a spokesperson. January. Why not buy when it first launched? Because he could only buy from 1999 forward. I think Apple started before 1999, if I remember correctly. PMK. So yeah, literally he could only really purchase from 1999 moving forward. iPhone announcement in January 9th. So, okay, so he was buying Apple stock leading up to the release of the iPhone. Stockpile Apple shares in 2004. Get market shares by Nokia, Samsung, LG. No missed room and sighting for 2 years. February, buy oil. Virginia, arranged TV interview. June, prepare for Dow Jones crash. June, Chronon regulation issue unresolved. July, begin funding for Riverport University. August, Peru, PR opportunity, big one. Financial crisis starts in September 2007. Hatch expanded to Monarch Security. And then in December, Dr. Joyce's surveillance updates. Still developing unknown device at the workshop. 2008. January, barrel is $100 a barrel. February, transfer research resources to Chronon Division. March, mass recruitment of Chronon Division. In May, begin construction of Monarch Towers. In June, the Fermi Telescope launch. Call Mickett. Shareholder presentation. July, Chronon Tech Alpha. Expand team also in July. And then in September, the Dow Jones hits XYZ. Call all Congress compacts. Monarch PR round important. Buy AN 3100 Tech. Also in September... oh no, that's all that was. November, transfer all research of Chronon regulation issue. December, Guinea Coup, the new Guinea Coup. Apple was launched in 76. Yeah, I thought it was a lot older than that. But he just purchased in time for the iPhone release, and then he wrote that. Okay, January of 2009. No sightings of the mystery wind for 4 years. February, 10 years in. Stay the course. April, Chronon research blocked. Research alternatives. Swine flu epidemic in April of 2009. Crisis ends in May of 2009. Show investors how Monarch had more powerful than ever. PR campaign to help the poor with housing. Senator Appleby and Cromwell support. June, Chronon Tech Alpha completion, 2 years behind, no solution. In June, PR presentations for the Haiti. Okay, now we're talking about the Haiti issue. So he took advantage of every natural disaster that happened worldwide, essentially. August, the lifeboat protocol was complete. No solution for Chronon regulation. Alternate Chronon solution needed. October, cheap investments in Europe. So at this point, he's kind of running out of the ability to source Chronon, and then luckily the very next year is when Ground Zero occurs, where now he has insane amounts of Chronon particles he can harvest from the Ground Zero site. Okay, Dr. Joyce, surveillance intel. Williams workshop, intel inspection, research inside. Property suggests that he may be developing the very device we require. Could potentially solve Chronon research block. Okay. January, Haiti earthquake. February, surveillance Joyce workshop. In April, deep water spill. Condemn actions, public shaming of corporation. Have cleaning aid ready in PR. May, Greece bailout. Continue investing Greece real estate risk. Later in May, Dr. Sophia Amaral, and they cover it up, so we can't read the whole thing. William Joyce may be our only solution. In June, time lab plans are ready. In July, Williams research is obtained. Also, Chronon device developed to stop fracture. This ruin may have warned him of the end of time. Remember, 4th of July is when all that happened. Okay, purchase industrial district. Industrial buyout, dry dock purchase negotiations begin in August. Examine Joyce's Chronon device. Search for solutions for the Chronon Tech lifeboat. Then at the beginning of September, Williams' Chronon device is the solution. October, Chronon device repurposed. CFR, Dr. Kim proposed as a battery for the lifeboat, which is not its intended purpose. That's not why it was there. Can reverse engineer to build Chronon Tech. Don't do that. October, reopen Chronon division. Block alleviated. November, CERN traps antimatter. November, WikiLeaks. November, HQ construction complete. In December, we have the recruitment of CERN tech members in December. So, I don't know why they would have... Like, I'd presume because they have these two notices about CERN right next to each other that he recruited those who helped to track dark matter, but I don't know what that has to do with Monarch's goals, unless they just recruited them solely to be part of the lifeboat. Alright. Assure public about Monarch transparency. No risk to Monarch confirmed. 2011. Arab Spring begins. Too much of a mess starts here. Get rid of the Middle East investments early. March. Japan tsunami. PR against nuclear. Press conference in Tokyo. May. Findings to inform new tech development cycle. July. CFR examination complete. In August, we have the new Chronon Tech development proposal. Lifeboat dev, Chronon harvesting, starter-proof combat gear, shifter research, and sickness cure. Later in August, use Greek crisis to get cheap real estate in Europe. So we never get to learn what's up with this Europe investments. Like, they never really went on that. Alright, Occupy Wall Street, September 17th, 2011. Then in October, Time Tech Training recruits. Contact Liam Burke, highly regarded prospect. This is back in 2011. November, the NASA Curiosity launch. Called JPL, blah, 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 blah. Now we're moving on to 2012. The end of the world. Okay, February, Chronon Tech harness prototype complete. February, Greek bailout number 2. Fund Bloomberg sell IMF package. April, lifeboat participant list, first draft. Then later in June, Hatch to India. So Martin Hatch goes to India. June, sickness treatment, development complete. Temporary solution by Sophia Amaral. Alleviate symptoms, only a band-aid. More work needed. Later in July, CERN discovers the Higgs boson. Connects Chronon scientists with Swiss contact. Keep Monarch results a secret. Visit LHC, the Large Hadron Collider. In July, India power blackout. In August, Curiosity landing on Mars. Call JPL, congratulations. Monarch Robotics presentation PR event. From there, in October, final change to remove Snowden link. November, Vision. Shifters emerging before the end of time. Is this possible? Must push Stryker Tech to prepare. So this is, he starts first witnessing shifters at this point. Or at least he has a vision that he starts seeing shifters in 2012. Okay. Interesting. Okay, 2013. I might have to get some tea as soon as we're done here. Okay, March. Time tech training complete. Soldiers prepped for conditions of end of time. March. Prepare for Ebola epidemic. Buy patents. List 3112. April. Riverport police takeover completed. All officers against our agenda are dealt with. New recruits come from Monarch training pool. Which makes it weird, because remember, maybe that's just in the novelization, though, because in the novelization they do comment that all the cops walked off the job. But in the game, since they're all Monarch on the Monarch's payroll, they probably still remained intact, at least to run interference. In May of 2013, he starts hearing voices past and present and future blending together. In June, we have Snowden leaks. Erase all connections to SB. Turn critical cables to advantage. June, Cuban investments. August, sell Russian stock. September, get report mayor to support campus plan. October, Artemis vision. Vision of Artemis connection to shifters. What does this mean? And this is the first point where we get mention of Artemis at all. We still don't know who this individual is. But there's a couple mentions to Artemis in this entire presentation. Now, my first thoughts when I was reading the novel, because remember when we had that cartoon they used to watch, oh shoot, what was it called? Team Outland? They had a bunch of nicknames for some of the characters, like September or whatever the other one was, and my first thought while reading is, oh, that'd be really cool if Artemis was the name of another character from that cartoon. Not the case. They only revealed the name of 2 characters, even though it was an ensemble cast, and none of them are Artemis, unfortunately. Vision of Artemis. Now, one hypothesis I do have, potentially, is that this is a shifter Beth. That possibly Beth, after she emerged as a shifter, and Paul referred to her to Artemis, because we don't know why he named this person that. Like, it's possible he just saw a random person and then said, oh, that's Artemis. Well, how do you know that? Like, what led him to think of that as a name? No idea. In November of 2013, Yolanda Typhoon. So realistically, what we're getting at is 2012, he starts having these visions and his Chronon syndrome starts to get worsening. January, Chronon Division. New recruits needed. Reference. Jacob Secant, Meg Sedmark. Sedmac. Hold on. Hold on. Let me check something real quick. Okay, no, never mind. Because it's not Sedge, because the radio host is Teresa Sedge Mark. This is Sedmac, so it's a different person. Hey, what's up, Break? Yeah, sorry. For a second there, I thought it might be the same name, but it's not. Trish Levine. Also in January, start the Nepal PR program. February, Ebola outbreak. February, Ukraine, the Ukraine issue in 2014. Then later in February, 15 years in Stay the Course, Way to the World. April, finalize lifeboat participant list. Must All passed health standard test by April 7th. Leave seat open for Jack Joyce, just in case. He still wants to have his buddy there. Scientists, diplomats, soldiers, engineers, necessary striker squads. Sorry, it's kind of hard to read up there. Then in May, we have the Lifeboat Alpha phase construction begins. Start cooperation with private military company, PMCs. Announce Monarch security protocol. Moving forward into July, find Artemis. Hatch heading a team to find Artemis. So Hatch is put in charge of finding her. Again, we have no clue who this individual is, and the only other reference is in relation to the shifters and a vision that Paul had, so who knows. Flight 370, July 17th. September, Monarch Time Machine construction begins. Then in October, sickness symptoms are increasing. Allocate more resources to Sophia's team. October, get Rackley on our side. Promise a seat on the lifeboat for Legions. December, Cuba! Exclamation point. Also in December, Sophia Island labs proceed. Okay, almost there. January, Riverport election, Brackley becomes mayor. Use this to our advantage. Time sickness research must be accelerated. March, Juggernaut prototype ready. April, Nepal earthquake. PR opportunities massive. Use the same approach as Haiti. June, sickness cure prototype sabotaged. Who is responsible? Possible suspects, Fiona Miller, Trevor Calloway, or Chase Lucas. July, reoccurring visions of Artemis. Prevalent visions of Artemis at end of time. Must look into this. August, proposed plans to demolish University Library. September, Volkswagen. Erase Monarch Trail. Also in September, somebody working against Monarch. High security files have been tampered with. Must build team to expose the traitor. Probably Hatch at this point in time. August, 1 year until cycle ends. Stay the course. October, new phase of matter found. Get project staff on board. Implement changes to Chronon harness. November, Striker suit tech prototype completed. December, lifeboat project critical phase. Alright, we're in the current era, 2016. Monarch time machine frame completed, same model as University Tech. Tested, approved. Calculations fixed from the University machine, awaiting core from the University. February, Lifeboat Alpha prototype test. Success. Sustainability still questionable. Will sort out in phase 3. March, who's responsible for Dr. Kim's fate? March, recurring visions, William dies. His death is inevitable. Prepare for this. So it seems like his dreams start becoming more and more prophetic. Or, because we do see his, what is it? His dream journal, 2 entries from his dream journal, but I'm curious if he starts being able to interpret those dreams much more cleanly, hence why he starts having these visions now. Alright, April, Shifter Research, Dr. Kim. Begin research on Dr. Kim's condition. Use research to develop weapons against shifters. In June, traitors still not exposed. Assign Liam Burke to hunt down traitors. Hatch questions Sophia's allegiance. Ignore. July, Chronon weaponry prototypes complete. August, phase 2 complete. All tech prototypes are approved. September. Vokes getting louder. Visions increasing. Treatment no longer alleviates the symptoms. Double dosing. In October, the fracture begins, because that's the start of the game. And here we go. Other October, Monarch Gala reveals CFR, address concerns regarding fracture on set, reassert control of Monarch, assure lifeboat participants that phase 2 is complete. October, William Joyce dead, vision came true. October 9th, mystery woman from End of Time is Beth Wilder. Is she confirmed to Artemis? Is she connected to Artemis? October 9th, second time machine still exists. Must find essential to maintain control over the next steps. 9th, stutter escalation already at 2020 levels. How? October 9th, they are trying to weaken my conviction. Cannot give in. One path, stay the course, see it through. Alright, and starting in 2017, because Paul left this time on October 8th, October 9th-ish. So anything in the future, he has no clue what's going on. March, sickness, permanent cure. Earliest time delivery for the cure. Symptoms getting worse. Projected estimates uncertain. In what distant deeps or skies burned the fire in thine eyes? On what wings dare he aspire? What the hand dares seize the fire? I am the symmetry of fear. I am the weight of salvation. I am chosen. Alright, I do not know this poem. So let me look this up real quick. I am the symmetry of fear. Oh, it's from The Tiger. Yeah, it's the poem from The Tiger by William Blake. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, he's riffing a bit. And honestly, as someone who watched way too much The Mentalist back in the day, I should be familiar with that, but I guess not. If you know, you know. Alright, October. Chronon harvesting complete. All chronon particles harvested. This sustained the plan. 2018, in May, shifter testing. Weapons vulnerability. Chronon shields. 2019, March. Anti-shifter weapons delivery. Still need contingency plan. July. Lifeboat final construction complete. And this is like 3 years later is when the lifeboat protocol is supposed to be done, but I guess not. Run final diagnostics. Assign team leader. Move assets to storage. November or December, because he's at this point he's kind of predicting everything that's going on through his mental visions, his chronon disrupted shifter visions, but so he's not positive 100% when this is going to take place. Phase 3 chronon tech delivery, final stutter proofing tech, final striker tech, final dampener tech, and final anti-shifter weaponry. 2020 March, lifeboat entry. April, fracture solution research commences. Stutter reaches violent levels. Stutters no longer viable outside of Monarch. Only striker permitted outside of safe zone. 2021, January 5th is the end of time. Phase 3 complete. End of time prep. Solution to fracture. Earliest estimated delivery 17 subjective years after end of time. Alright, guys. We did it. We got through all of the whiteboard to end all whiteboards. And with that note, I need to take a quick break to brew some tea. Almost done. And guys, we're not even done with part 1. I think there's 3 parts to this. Yeah, so the final act has 3 parts, and we're probably gonna finish part 1 at the normal end of my stream time, which means we got a long ways to go. Anyways, be right back. Alright, and we are back. Please don't... And the cat wants to immediately sleep on top of my notes. You can sleep right there. Just not on top of my notes. It's okay, girl. You wonder what mixing tea and coffee together would taste like? Regret. That's what that would taste like, Trailblazer. Regret. Yeah, I mean, my instincts when it comes to Artemis is that it is a variant of Beth, but outside of that, I have no idea. Because remember, when we were traveling through the corridor earlier on in Act 4, we do see an older woman, and I'm curious if that's supposed to be... If that's supposed to be, like, a different version of, or if that's supposed to be Artemis, I should say. Okay, I gotta let that tea cool down for a second. Alright, let's grab a few more things.
Paul told me that he tried to change things. Failed. What he'd seen, it broke him. And I'd seen Beth go down the same path, but Paul... it consumed him.
Is Dylan Apollo, then? I mean, if we want to go off on that train of thought that Artemis is Beth, then yeah, I get... Then you'd have to make the connection from there into Jesse, and then from there to Dylan, and it feels like it's a very thin line of connection there, because we're basing this all off of the presumption that Artemis is a variant of Beth. So if you start our hypotheses off of an what if, you really don't have anything you're standing on other than fan fiction at that point, to be 100% honest. So like, I really don't want to comment on Artemis more than that. This is we don't have enough information. And one thing that I wonder too is Paul was seeing Artemis in his visions, but he also already knew who Beth was. So if it was supposed to be a variant of Beth, wouldn't he recognize her? So there's actually evidence that suggests that it's not a variant of Beth. So I have no idea. And again, Kess, yes, I can see you, Kess, by the way. You are in chat. Everything that we have regarding the Artemis conversation is going to be built on the foundation of a what if, so take everything with a grain of salt past that. Okay, so this is from Sophia to Paul. This is regarding the Quantum Ripple Research Unit. So these are all the Quantum Ripples. Dr. Morphin and Dr. Ranger, I mentioned how they weren't really given the funding they needed. Maybe Artemis is just a nickname because he's hunting him. I mean, that's possible, because we have to presume that Paul was the one who named this individual as Artemis, so who knows? Anyways, enough about that. Moving on was Paul Martin. I know you've been arguing that the Quantum Ripple Causality Research Subdivision has great potential, and we should keep it funded. I must once again implore you to reconsider. So it looks like Paul and Hatch both want this subdivision to keep going. I'll be the first one to admit that the technology is impressive. The fact that Doctors Morphin and Rangers can actually track consequences rippling out from minor shifts within the Meyer-Joyce field is incredible, and the level of informational detail they managed to gather is amazing. But there's one thing. They've been at this for 2 years now, and they have not produced a single useful result. Yes, we can trace actual events from their small inception points to the actual consequences, very much in keeping with basic chaos theory concept of the butterfly flapping its wings. But, well, so what? Every single thing that happens in this universe is as a result of the sudden chain of events. Being able to see the chain offers no real insight to anything due to the very randomness of the process. Furthermore, it's utterly misleading. You could say that some tiny event or tiny decision in my life yesterday led me to writing this email, and that's technically true. But so did some tiny event or tiny decision in my life 15 years ago. It's all a chain. The event yesterday didn't take place in a vacuum. It didn't come out of nowhere. So what's the point? We have no control over it, we don't get to direct it, and we have no useful information about it. We have no control over it, We don't get to direct it. So what happens if you gave Dr. Morphin and Dr. Ranger unlimited resources? Do you think they would be able to start controlling ripples or predict the outcomes before the ripples occur? So you can say, if I do this, if I do that, and I do this, then this outcome can happen, and you basically become like a chaos god. And you're causing domino effects of events to happen. There's an episode of Fringe that did this. Does anyone remember, spoilers, if anyone has not watched Fringe, mute the game right now. And... okay. And I'll unpause the game once this is, I'm ready to end the spoilers. But there's an episode in Season 3 of Fringe in the alternate universe where there was a guy that did that, where he could calculate the cause and effect of the universe and literally started setting up these little, like, mousetrap kind of contraptions that ended up causing people's deaths or just causing these random things to happen. That's what it reminded me of. So if you legitimately go and give Dr. Morphin and Ranger unlimited resources, they could potentially be able to calculate that using the Myers-Joyce field, which would be absolutely insane. But anyways, moving on. Okay, spoilers over. Also, have you actually seen the reports they generate? From a technological point of view, the way they manage to automate their analysis of the fluctuation signatures within the Myers-Joyce field is impressive. But again, it's all meaningless babble with no practical applications. Their personal remarks on the report are even worse. With all due respect, Ron and Terry, and their indisputable technical expertise, I don't know what they're doing. I'm not sure they do either. It's like they're coming up with stuff at random. The above outlines my concerns as to the futility of the entire process, and I suspect that may not be enough to sway you, but I have one final point, which I think you should consider very, very carefully. The entire program is an unforgivable waste of Monarch resources. I don't mean money, although the entire quantum ripple causality research subdivision is costing us millions and millions of dollars, but that doesn't really matter because I know we can afford it. However, there's more vital resources they're consuming each time they fire up the rig and delve into the Myers-Joyce field. They eat up a huge amount of chronon particles. Those are finite resources, and as you know, we are projecting the ground zero's yield will rapidly diminish as the fracture takes hold, which will happen very soon. You may not understand what the real impact of this is, so let me put it to you in practical terms. Every single time they detect and analyze a quantum ripple, it costs us a week of potential lifetime runtime, minimum. Given Monarch's primary purpose and the total lack of useful results, I believe there's a luxury we cannot afford. I recommend shutting them down immediately or at the latest during the next reorganization. We can reallocate their resources to something more useful and put Ron and Terry's expertise into great use designing the lifeboat. I'm sure we wouldn't regret putting them back to work on that, given their track record in working with Chronon Tech. Sophia Amaral, Head of Research. You're more of an X-Files guy, but Fringe is cool. Dude, they full-on made an X-Files reference in Fringe. I don't know if you noticed, Trailblazer. When Broyles, which weirdly enough, Broyles in Fringe is played by Lance Hendrickson. No, sorry, not Lance Hendrickson. Fuck. Martin Hatch's actor. Lance Reddick. Lance Hendrickson is Millennium. Sorry, Lance Reddick. So he's in Fringe also, and there's a scene where he's in front of military tribe. I think it's like in front of the Senate or the House or whatever. And they make the reference that the Fringe division used to go by the old X designation. Yeah, so they make it sound like the X-Files department turned into the Fringe division. Which is kind of just wild. Granted, it's just an Easter egg and is not a lore thing, but that'd be really freaking cool if it was a lore thing.
Paul was a powerful man, the leader of an empire. But behind the veil, he was a dying man. The signs were clear.
And by the way, Trailblazer, if you like X-Files, go watch Millennium. Break can attest to that. A couple years ago, we rewatched it, or I rewatched it while he watched it for the first time.
Dr. Amaral was the one thing keeping Paul alive, but reading through their exchanges, there was something more than professional going on.
That's not my place to comment on.
Hey there, Bepkororot. Hopefully I'm saying that relatively okay. Hope you're doing good over there. Alright, so this is personal notes from Dr. Amaral. I find myself at a loss. We knew that the fracture would arrive. It was clear very quickly that the process was occurring much faster than Paul's projection. His experiences had led us to believe. That was alarming in itself, but there's another concern with the fracture. Paul's condition seems to be accelerating rapidly. I don't know what to do about either one of those issues. I haven't had a chance to examine Paul properly, and of course he won't consent to any real tests at this point. He won't take the time, not with the situation being as critical as it is. He has to prepare for the gala, to take care of every little stupid thing Martin trots out for him. He won't think of himself at all, and I'm afraid that'll cost us dearly. So I don't know, I'm just speculating, but I believe this acceleration is a reaction to the stutters in time in zero state. His wave function is further disrupted by the excessive chronon energies within his body. Before the university incident, before the fracture, the condition was progressive, but controllable. The lack of stutters helped keep it in check. Now its progress is rampant, and I worry that it may reach a critical point soon. We always knew that was a possibility, but all of our projections assumed we would have years, time enough to come up with a cure, or a way to stop its progress. Which means there's a very real chance that in the near future, Paul's condition overtakes him. And if he does become a shifter, I don't know what to do about it. We haven't been able to help Dr. Kim. I don't know what we could do for Paul. I don't know what to do. The treatments are still working, but they take a toll on him, and their effect is greatly diminished. I'm concerned we may hit a point where he's forced to use them so often that the treatment becomes worse than the condition itself, and yet I don't see any other options. He will not rest. He insists on doing so much. I know he chafes under his dependence on the treatments. He sees it as a weakness. I'm afraid I may lose him. Okay, Zoe, sorry, you're gonna have to give me my hand back. Let me just make sure we're good here. Yep, we're nice and good. Yeah, Trailblazer, definitely check out Millennium. Because he does, that show does exist in the X-Files universe. It's a shared universe. There's even a crossover episode in Season 7 of X-Files.
No, look, I can explain.
Who the fuck are you?
Josh Wheeler. I'm tech support. No, seriously.
Josh Wheeler?
Gun down, man.
He was gonna say Joss Whedon, wasn't he?
Chamber's working right, okay? Just routine.
Your security clearance doesn't match the outfit, buddy. Do you think I'm stupid?
I mean, shit, you throw out a line like that, what am I supposed to say?
Shut your face. We're gonna wait for someone in charge to get here, see what they say about this.
Come on, man.
I said, shut the fuck up.
Hey, look. I'm someone in charge.
Joyce!
Hi, guys.
Charlie, get down.
I'm the man in charge.
That's all.
But yeah, he totally was going to say Joss Whedon, but stopped himself and turned the "we" into Wheeler from Alan Wake. That's totally how that worked out.
Joyce, thank God. Shit, that could have been real bad.
You're Charlie.
Yeah, let me get this door open.
So yeah, if we went with the control option, there would be a boss fight here, which was Liam Burke. And it's very ambiguous what happens with him, because in the cutscene, after you defeat Liam, he's on the ground trying to lift his gun to still shoot at you, and then he freezes in time. That just means his suit broke. So technically speaking, in the moment where he froze, he's still alive, but remember, he still has that bullet wound in his shoulder, and after the stutter ends, he has no means of getting medical attention, so it's still possible he bled out. But we don't know, so technically there's a possibility he survived, at least in that universe, but who knows.
The lifeboat revolved around the countermeasure. He knew Will would try to take it back, that's why he was killed. He knew I'd try to do the same eventually.
Clearly, he was right.
Okay. This is from Lauren McStevenson to the lifeboat maintenance team. People, because there seems to be a certain lack of clarity about what's appropriate for someone to enter the CFR chamber and mess with the chronon field regulator, and because I just had to fire Kevin Janeway because he did the exact thing, let me remind you of the approved CFR procedure. You do not touch the CFR. Period. I may touch the CFR because I'm the lead technician in charge of it. Dr. Sophia Amaro may touch the CFR. I do not know what just happened to that thing to the left, Jack. May touch the CFR because she's our head of research and she knows what she's doing. Mr. Paul Serene may touch the CFR because he's Paul fucking Serene and it's his CFR. Nobody else touches the CFR. On occasion, some enormously lucky individuals who have been personally trained by me and are proven to be very, very dependable and incredibly good at their jobs, who don't have a track record of trying to enter the CFR chamber like paint-huffing imbeciles because they just want to take a closer look at it, and who have remembered to bribe the lead technician in charge of the CFR by Tom Waits tickets. With Tom Waits tickets, maybe be given written instructions to perform specific procedures in the CFR. That will be great honor and a sign of significance, degree of trust, and those people should be accorded all professional respect and an appropriate degree of brown-nosing and or passive-aggressive displays of envy by their peers. Or, to put it another way, you do not touch the CFR unless you want to join Kevin in the how to stop being arrogant dumb shit who jeopardizes the only hope of a future for the entire human race because his mansplaining ass thought the CFR really needed to be a random dude who knew better. Self-improvement course. Down the unemployment office, which I'm sure is where we all believe he was escorted by those armed men. There are no exceptions to this. The entire lifeboat protocol depends on the CFR being present, properly connected, and functioning normally. You do not want to jeopardize this. This is bigger than any of us, and we are not here to fuck around. Lauren McStevenson, lead CFR tech. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it, Lauren. Sorry. Sorry. Did I sound annoying just now? I was trying to put on a Karen voice, and I don't know if I succeeded or not. Just let me know. Tactical SMG? I think that might be better. I mean, her telling me does not do that makes me want to touch it even more.
They'd stockpiled all the chronon particles from Ground Zero to keep the lifeboat running.
Enough to hopefully last until a proper solution was discovered.
Alright, so this is from Sophia to the rest of the lifeboat protocol maintenance. You sounded drunk. No. Drunk on life, maybe. Everyone, please be advised that we are now at a point where lifeboat activation may occur. Accordingly, I have ensured the preparations are underway for activation. As part of that, what chronon particle stores still remain at the Ground Zero harvesting operation are being moved to the headquarters and placed in the Master Chronon Particle repository, ready to be placed under the CFR's control. Please be aware that what we have managed to accumulate up until this point is very likely to be all the chronon particles we will ever have access to. Due to the fracture's effect on Meyer-Joyce field, the Ground Zero anomaly is showing definitive signs of weakening. As a result, we will soon drop to baseline. While we obviously continue more traditional chronon particle harvesting operations in order to maximize our stockpile, we all need to recognize that sourcing them outside of the Ground Zero conditions is extremely inefficient. Or, in plain terms, unless we find another source of chronon particles, I don't believe we will. What we have now is all we will ever have. Please be aware that all use of chronon technology eats into our limited resources, which is why she was just complaining about Dr. Morphin and Dr. Range's research. And while we of course recognize that we need to have our strikers and other soldiers operate in setters, each operation undertaken will eat away our stockpile and, in very real terms, cost us days of lifeboat runtime. Accordingly, we have to plan all use of this terminology, our technology, closely and choose our battles carefully. That said, we should also realize the ongoing situation with Jack Joyce constitutes an emergency and will most likely require unconventional chronon particle investments. Just the same, we should be aware of the cost. I expect to see projected chronon particle consumption rates for the foreseeable future and simulations of how long our stockpiles will last, adjusted for all of the scenarios we have discussed. See our last meeting minutes in our next Monday meeting. All right, let's get this going. Come on, Charlie.
There you go, Joyce. You're just hoping you know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, me too.
You know what, Charlie? I am so glad you have that the visor on and that face mask, because now you can't bite me. Sorry, I just had to have an early meme reference, early YouTube meme there.
Oh, there it is. CFR. Countermeasure. Whatever it's called. Help yourself, Joyce.
Appreciate it. Data Samurai. That's right, Charlie. You are a Data Samurai. Oh boy. Okay, this is all one email. Personal notes on the CFR.
Got it? Can we get the hell out of here?
Collectibles, Charlie. I have not had this conversation with you because it's the first time you and I have hung out in real time, but there's a thing called collectibles, and you shut your mouth when I'm following them. Just saying. Alright. This is personal notes on it from Dr. Henry Kim, 2011. This thing feels like a conundrum wrapped in a puzzle. It's an incredible piece of technology, and I feel like we're only scratching the surface of what it can do, and we have already learned so much. I thought I had a good understanding of the intricacies of chronon particles and their practical applications before. Now I realize that I've still got a great deal to learn. The chronon field regulator, as I've decided to call it, is a little miracle. How such a small device can do so much is beyond me. I know it taps into the Meyer-Joyce field, but I don't know how. My experiments just show that it can. It can also manipulate the field. I wish I knew how. Still, the mechanics of its operation give me ideas, new avenues of thought, and I've been trying to find for such a long time. The task that I've been set by Mr. Serene has frankly stumped me for years, knowing that what we observe as a passage of time is just the result of chronon particles being constantly generated within the Meyer-Joyce field is a simple fact that I've been aware of for a long time. But being able to manipulate those particles in a meaningful way, well, that's another question. The mechanics of the situation are clear, almost frustratingly so. In a zero-state environment, there are no chronon particles, and thus time is frozen. The idea of artificially flooding an area with chronon particles to enable the passage of time is the obvious solution. But actually finding a way of doing that, that's something else. Not only are chronon particles incredibly difficult to source, so obtaining enough to actually stutter-proof an area for any time longer than a fraction of a second has always seemed impossible. Perhaps even more importantly, the mechanism of manipulating the particles in a way that would actually allow me to define a certain Zoe butt. To define a certain Zoe butt. Cat, please move away from the screen so I can see. A certain volume of space as stutter-proofed has constantly eluded me. Sweetheart. Sweetheart. You know, if you just moved a little bit to the left and sat in front of the left side of the screen, I could read. And now you're just trying to clean yourself and act all adorable. Okay. Yeah, you can lay down. You can lay down right there. That's fine. Alright, well, Ground Zero has solved the form or problem for us. We're almost up and running, and very soon we'll have the ability to harvest chronon particles at useful rates. We'll be able to build a truly formidable stockpile of them in years to come. As for the latter problem, manipulating the chronon particles, that seems to be something the CFR does with ease. Its ability to tap into Meyer-Joyce field and affect change in its topology is exactly what I need. Unfortunately, I don't know how it does it. I don't have a clue, and I don't know how to effectively control these effects, but my research into the practical effects of its operation has given me ideas for a different kind of chronon tech that works on somewhat similar principles, except instead of tapping into the Meyer-Joyce field, it generates a similar localized field of its own, an artificial chronon particle field, and within that field we can manipulate chronon particles at will. This means that we should be able to create stutter-proofing technology, allowing us to shield a certain area from the effects of zero state, and I believe I'll be able to miniaturize the technology to allow personalized devices with the same effect. It's almost like the environmental suits of sorts, with a harness the user would wear to create a chronon field around his body. HRAs. That's essentially what he's talking about. Cat interruptions are the new canon timeline, yes. Yes. I mean, let's be real, if... Oh my god, imagine that. If there was like a door to the dark place, and it was around someone who was writing a story or writing a piece of poetry, and the cat decided to just jump onto the ink and start trancing cat paws all over the paper, how would the dark place respond to that? Do you think that that would affect the reality shift alteration at all? Because that'd be fun. Anyways, sorry. Distractions. There are still many challenges here. One of which is the any significant volume. Okay, that's incorrect there. One of which is that any significant volume of stutterproof space. That the there should not be there. Which are decidedly limited resources. Obviously, with the lifeboat protocol requiring a large stutterproofed area that we can maintain for years, quite possibly decades, this is a critical issue we have to solve, and Mr. Serene has made that quite clear to me. Frankly, even with Mr. Hatch backing me, the thought of disappointing Serene over this makes me quite anxious. I understand his concerns, and they are of course entirely founded, but the man's intensity is unnerving. In any case, I'm hoping that I'll be able to figure out this problem soon. I'm hoping to be able to use the CFR item itself to regulate the flow of chronon particles given its nature. I suspect it might be eminently suitable for such a role in the lifeboat project and cut down our chronon consumption rate by the great margin. My control over the CFR is limited, but this seems to be a very basic functionality for it, so I'm optimistic that I can do it. I'm still looking into it, one thing at a time. We've already made great progress, and I will say that Mr. Serene is quite complimentary with these successes, so I think he'll give us the time we need. Well, it's not like he has a lot of choice in the matter. I'll be honest, the CFR is becoming a bit of an obsession for me. I wish I could sit down and have that conversation and just ask those questions. How did he build it? What it's actually for? But I've been denied that opportunity. A part of me wants to open the CFR up and get to the bottom of it, but the potential consequences terrify me. We've already seen what it can do if unleashed. Even worse, there's a possibility that I couldn't put it back together, and just the idea of making mistakes like that is a positive, bowel liquefying thought. Having to explain that to Mr. Serene. No thank you. So, as it is, I have only dared to open up a bit of the casing to get a rough idea of some of the engineering inside. It's amazing work, and it has certainly been a lesson in humility for me. I still have a lot to learn, but I'm a very fast learner, and this has to be the most important work anyone has ever engaged in the history of humanity. If we succeed in our mission, the world will not soon forget the name of Dr. Henry Kim. And fortunately, he did have an accident. Hatch was in the room. We don't know the specifics, but it wouldn't surprise me if Hatch just opened it. 100%. Alright, and with that, we now officially have 2 more audio diaries.
September 11th, 2001. It happened. For the second time. I watched the planes hit. I watched the towers fall. I did everything I could to prevent it. Took every precaution. I warned them. Time and again. And just like every other thing I've tried to change, I've failed. It can't be done. I'm living in a cycle that cannot be broken. And I know where it leads. I thought I could prevent the end of time. I can't. But I can use this power to survive it. To ensure that when time ends, life doesn't. I'm refocusing Monarch's efforts. We'll develop technology to counter the effects of the fracture. We'll develop weapons to fight back against the enemies that will thrive there. I went back to William's workshop. The time machine is gone. He's working on a new device of some kind. I have no doubt she's involved somehow. So I need to keep my distance. I'll intervene when the time is right. I built an empire. It's time to put it to use. July 11th, 2010. A week ago, we retrieved a device from William's workshop. Dr. Kim believes it can be repurposed to develop our lifeboat protocol, the key to our survival. I killed her. The first sacrifice in the name of our mission. I could see in her eyes she would never fully accept what must be done. I pray that I never have to look in Jack's eyes and see the same thing. I'll make him understand. I'll make him see.
Did the audio just go out? Or maybe it ends there and it just doesn't exit out of it. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Alrighty, let's do this. Now, because Lauren over there told me not to, I'm gonna go touch the butt. Oh, I mean, the CFR.
It took 11 years for Will to build the countermeasure. Beth died for it, and I knew it could fix the fracture. This fucking thing. The problem was, I didn't have a clue how to use it. The only person who did was dead. But Monarch had a way of getting to him before that ever happened. The university time machine. They've got the core here.
Can we go or what?
I need to get to the chamber above.
No problem. Got a way up right here.
Thanks for the help.
No biggie. Make it count.
Okay, so somehow it's in his bag of holding or something? I don't know.
Now I gotta get back down. Someone I really want to get back to. Good luck, Joyce.
Yeah. Something had gone down in that chamber before I arrived. Whatever it was bloody. I'd seen the dead guy before.
Liam Burke.
What the hell happened to him?
He met his match. Let's move on.
Yeah, it's not like my boss murdered him. And if you want the control, this body bag would be on the other side of the lab and Charlie would be inside of it. So honestly, just because she annoyed me, I would totally take a freaking Polaroid of... If I was Jack, I'd take a Polaroid, like teabagging the CFR, and then leave it on Lauren's desk for her to find later. Just to piss her off. Just to piss her off.
Hey, why are you going up there anyways?
Short version? I gotta go back in time and save my brother.
You're gonna go back in time, yeah, right. Whatever. You don't have to tell me, I guess.
So that's why you always tell the truth. No one believes you anyways. No joke, I get that all the time at work. Where I don't know what it is about me. Maybe I just have that, like, mysterious, like, half-joking tone of voice all the time, but
Paul took
one
the
of
core
the,
of the time machine from the university.
Hold on.
Hooked it up to his own machine. It was part of his sick desire for control. But that gave me one last shot at fixing things. I could go back. Maybe get to Will before Paul killed him. And if I could get the countermeasure in Will's hands, maybe I could still turn everything around.
But one of my coworkers, honestly, every time I open my mouth, they think I'm lying about it. It's like, no, I'm being completely truthful, but for some reason you think I'm lying. And then when I'm lying, they believe me. Unquestioningly. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Alright. We got a lot of things to deal with right now. This is going to be a big arena. Maybe it's how I say things.
The machine was prepped. I had to put the corridor in place.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay, this should do it.
Deploying the corridor. Phase 1 underway. Please clear all personnel from the operation.
Oh shit! Already the snipers are on my rear. I do not appreciate this.
Of course.
Okay, I need to take care of that guy real quick. Shit! Okay. I am gonna go just do an explosion over here. Got it. Okay, so I'm gonna go... Oh, no, he's frozen. We're good. Get down. Oh. Get out of here. Come on, unfreeze. Unfreeze. There! And explosions! Come on! Bubble, 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 bubble. Okay, there we go. We're good. Did I kill him? Did I kill him? Okay, one sniper down. We're good. So let's reposition to this side, and we are in the clear. Okay.
Oh, come on.
Jesus. Oh shit, I'm completely out of ammo. This is not good. Come on, pop the heal, pop the heal, pop the heal. I am out of heals. I gotta run. Yeah, I'm a shotgun advancing, and it's not helping me in the slightest. Oh god, he's got the little infinite armor bubbles. Nope. Okay, we're good. Let's hide right here for the time being. Get some ammunition, reload, and we are good. Shit. It's those freaking shields that kill me on those guys. Shit. Okay, I need to take care of you real fast. You just leave me the fuck alone. Shit. I'm dead. I am so dead right now. Yeah, fuck. Oh my god, it's just those guys with the shields, dude. Because, like, no matter what I do, I can't damage them, so I just have to deal with them shooting at me nonstop. Okay, that's one down. Shit! What the fuck? And somehow that did not kill him. Like, I was literally out of all my powers just now. Because none of your time powers work on those guys if they have the shield up. I can't freeze them, I can't avoid them, I can't damage them. It just says, yeah, fuck you. Holy Jesus. I need to get that sniper down. Shit. Because if that sniper stays up... Come on. Go down, go down. Where he's down. Oh, thank you for just standing there very politely. I do appreciate it. Wait, did he get back up? Okay, good. No, the sniper's still down. Where's the backpack? There's the backpack. Okay, good. Shit! Fucking sniper, man. Shit. I'm just gonna keep running back and forth from this guy, because I cannot damage him for... Fucking piece of shit. Okay, come on, take him out, take him out, take him out! Please him at least got that one down. Lisa's down. Okay. Let's make another attempt at this.
Move in and find
Done. Okay. I feel so much better now. Now let's take out the sniper. So let's pop our shield, and explosions. Get out of here, boy. Okay, if you're just gonna stand there, that's fine with me. What's up, bro? Okay, that's not working whatsoever. Okay, you're gonna pop out of here? He just got stuck on the geometry. You know what? I very much appreciate you just staying there. And doing absolutely nothing.
Oh, you're welcome, you very slow machine lady. The machine was ready. I just needed to put in the date. The earliest I could go back to was the time that the core was first activated. At the university.
Not much time to rescue your brother.
I didn't have a choice.
You better be as advertised.
Alrighty. So a cool little detail in the novel is while Jack is trying to escape from Monarch to get down here, he actually comes across Hatch in the building, and he is surrounded by shifters on all sides, and they kind of ignore him. And Jack witnesses all the shifters attacking other Monarch troops while Hatch is just kind of like walking between them with no issues. Yes. Gosh, there's just so much that I wish they would have added to this section.
Targets have escaped the lab.
What's up, fellas?
Oh shit!
He's like, "What's up, bitches?" Yeah. That's just a power move, Jack.
them. How? Joyce is... We're going in! Open fire. But
No, you're
avoid
not.
damage to the core at all costs.
Oh, that little pillar's right covering your face. I'm the one who abuses geometry,
I
not
got
you.
there after the fracture initiated. Too late to stop it all before it ever started.
But not too late to save Will. All you had to do was get to him in time.
Yeah, that was the plan.
HQ, we've got security footage of the Joyce brothers escaping through the server room on the lower level.
Raider Team 3, intercept immediately. Ready another extraction unit to remove the core.
But yeah, so the reason, essentially, that the time machine at Monarch connects to this one is the core from here is taken from here to the Monarch one and plugged in. So the core is really the hard drive of the time machine, so to speak.
Okay,
And you
gotta
just
get
plug
to
it
the
into a different
library.
interface.
God damn, Paul. What is this?
It's like we're launching a nuke, right? Alright, so real quick, we do have another Jack audio file.
Are you aware of the lifeboat protocol?
Yes.
The project was meant to assure our continued survival past the end of time.
The lifeboat was built for 300 people. What about the other 7 billion that...
Those 300 people were selectively chosen to take refuge in order to provide our best chance at developing a permanent solution to restoring the Joyce field, while protecting the human race against the threats that would arrive with the end of time. You stole the countermeasure, the CFR, the device necessary to run the lifeboat. You effectively sabotaged Monarch's survival plan. Knowing what you know now, do you stand by your decision?
300 isn't good enough.
And yeah, so just
before it's too late.
tapping into what you guys are mentioning in chat. Yes, this is why all the reports at the beginning of the game were so all over the place. Where you have, like, Jack and Will hanging out in the server room, and then someone else says, "Oh, we just saw him down in the parking lot. We just saw Jack in the parking lot." And you're like, "Wait, what the fuck? No, you didn't. I'm standing right here."
It's locked. Gotta find another way out of here.
Because, yes, there was 2 Jacks running around right now. But again, with time travel stories, you kind of expect to have those kind of shenanigans.
Prowler Team, ready the heavies in the underground parking. I'm not hearing any response from Raider Team 3. We may have a situation.
Where the hell is that extraction team? We were supposed to have the core loaded in that chopper by now.
Hatch was right. Should have sent Liam Burke in first to deal with those Joyce assholes.
Directive was take alive if possible. Alive ain't Burke's calling card. Seriously, where's that goddamn extraction team?
Right here. Why am I not seeing them? Where are you? There we go. Come on, get closer, get closer. Explode! Why aren't you exploding? You dick! Stop. Okay, cat, I can't see the screen. Why did you jump up right as I got into combat? Sorry. This is anticlimactic for the fight scene. Come on, come on. Come on. She's not happy with me right now. So first you're one of the Taken trying to get the darkness to corrupt me, and now you're with the freaking shifters too? You're with Monarch. Okay, I gotta run. Oh my god, I am literally stuck in here. I cannot move. Okay. And I have no heals. I am dead. I literally cannot move. Okay. Please give me the heal. Okay, we're good. Woo! That could have ended very... I'm not going to stand next to the exploding barrel because it is about to blow.
I'm taking him down.
Come on, get over here. I swear, it's like she intentionally goes onto the opposite faction of any conflict just to spite me.
I remember that Will and I were headed to the courtyard when the stutter hit. That's where I needed to cut him off.
Okay, we're good. It's crazy to think I could have had the shotgun on me this entire time.
Courtyard. How do I get there?
So just imagine how crazy people who enjoy raves would be in End of Time when this kind of stuff would happen. Just saying, if you walk into a rave during a stutter, I would lose control. Alright, so cool little detail from the book is while Paul and Beth are in the End of Time, he mentions to her to watch where she's walking. To keep an eye on every single step, because even something like leaves in the air, if you walk into them, can literally cut the skin and make you bleed. They turn into little razor blades, essentially, in the End of Time. So you have to intentionally avoid every kind of particle in the air. Okay, so while we're here, let's check the upgrades real quick. What do we got here? So I don't care about the time rush, so let's increase all of these. Boom, so now I got the extra activation for the time stop, among other things. What's up, bros? Whoa! I just fucked up his physics. And he didn't die! Oh my god, he just puked into his mask. You know he just lost his gut. Shit. Shit. Run! There is no way his lunch is still in the stomach. I'm almost out of ammo for this weapon. Okay, got one down. Come on. Shit. My time explosion is not up. I thought it was up already. Shit. Leave me alone. Okay, let's try to save it. I got my explosion up. At the very least. Where are you? There you are. Okay, there's one. Two. Got it. Is there an explanation for how you can see things when time is stopped? What do you mean, see things? Take easy, Tantric. You heading out? Light? I mean, light is made up of photons, and particles can... be photographed. I mean, well, isn't that the heart of quantum mechanics? Is sometimes they're waves and sometimes they're particles, but when they're particles, they can be viewed. Let me in. There we go. Oh, damn. This isn't good. No, you didn't. You heard nothing.
Gotta move.
Hey, you there. What's up, bro? And you saw nothing. Wait, are you just not alive right now? That dude is just... Oh, he's frozen. I was gonna say, I thought he was T-posed into... He started a T-pose for Domus, but never managed to get his arms up. Get him. There we go. There's one way over here. He's A-posing. There you go. What do we got? Oh, now they're here.
When Will and I had escaped from the lab after the experiment, it seemed like Monarch was dealing with somebody other than us. That was me, all along.
Yep.
Striker team is down. It's Joyce. Baker 9, what do you mean Striker team is down? How many? All of them. Fucking hell, we underestimated him. Take him out. Whatever it takes.
Shit. Okay, I need to go get a backpack real quick, and then I'll be back to finish that guy. Oh shit, not that direction. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Please. At least take one down. Okay, we got one. Where's the other one? There he is. On the bridge. Or below the bridge. Next to the bridge. He's somewhere. Got him.
Son of a... HQ, we spotted Jack Joyce in the student lounge. Bandit 4, that shouldn't be possible. I'm getting reports of gunfire in the underground parking. Are you sure it's Joyce? I need visual confirmation.
Didn't expect two of me, did you?
I mean, that does help us out.
Gate control. I don't have the code.
I know, Draco, that guy did have a family. He was actually just about to retire and become a baker. If anyone knows that reference, you get all the cookies.
Burke, the hell are you doing down here?
I need the gate pass. I need to be up there.
Fuck if I know. Let's go see what's...
Round up the witnesses.
How come you get all the fun?
Probably because I'm not rocking those ugly astronaut pants. Hatch's orders.
665. Neighbor of the beast, you know?
All right.
665. Okay.
Team prep for combat. I don't have a good feeling about all this.
Of course the code's 665. I mean, this is Remedy. Would we have it any other way? Okay, since no one commented on it, everybody, when I make the comment about he's going to retire and become a baker, everyone go watch episode 1, only episode 1, because the rest of the show doesn't matter, of Tower of Jiraga. It's an anime. Just the pilot episode, though. Because that's where it's basically just a giant meme fest. It's funny as hell. Okay.
I'm not done with you yet.
Paul Serene, Focus article. Paul Serene, project director, with a track record of extremely profitable business ventures behind him. But wait, I thought I already read that. Yeah, we kind of did. Why does it show we're missing something? Yeah, it's definitely Sam who thinks it's the funniest number in the universe. He loves that joke.
Rigged up this beast to the campus power. Last time he counted fucking way to bring the battery.
Good. Whoever's tearing through that parking lot ain't getting out here.
Really?
There he is.
Hey, guess what? I'm outside the range of your dampener, which means I can still deal damage. Wait, no, I can't. I take that back. Oh my god, stay away. This is what I get for talking shit. This is why in real life, like when I'm having game night or something, I never talk shit. Only because I have a bad habit of the second I open my mouth to make a comment is when the universe decides to troll me and says, haha, well, you suck. Alright.
Damn it. Blocking my powers. Looks like it's plugged in somewhere else. No time to lose. I gotta get to Will.
Oh, we gotta shut this off. Hey, let's go check out that Stone Crow concert coming up. Note regarding the Chronon.
You are not.
Warning. Dampener plugged into power grid. Wade forgot the goddamn battery again. Do not disconnect. Yeah, definitely not electricians. Whoever thought this was a good idea, you sod on a dick.
Yeah, this isn't good.
Door's still barred. Whoever's here ain't left yet.
How the fuck did Joyce take out those strikers?
Advanced SMG. Best weapon ever.
My bet is there's at least 5 of them working together.
There's 2. Come on, come on. Take the headshot, take the headshot. We good. Okay, there's 1. 2 shot. Nope. Shit. I can't see him. I can't see him. The light's turned off. Hi there. Okay, at least I'm healed. Shit. Heal, 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 heal. Okay, 1's down. Shit, you dick. Now it's just me and the big boy. I can't do anything. I am so dead right now. Oh my god, I'm stuck on a bench. I'm going to die because of a bench. And again. There we go. Okay, heals, 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 heals. We're good.
Okay, gotta get to the library.
Okay, we're safe. Backpack, backpack. There's a backpack. Okay, where's the exit? There's the exit.
I have to reach Will before it's too late.
I wonder what Bravura Security Company is doing lately. Yeah, because Bureau Security is a subsidiary of Monarch Solutions. Oh my god, Bravura's working for Monarch? That sucks. Such a traitor. You're not an electrician.
too late. I gotta beat him to the library.
It depends on the energy usage, Trailblazer. So depending on the kind of amps, I think it's amps is the right thing, that can be powered through that panel, you could overload the circuit. Like when I upgraded my panel, because my old panel was put up in 1988 at my property, and I had to upgrade it because and technically per code in this area, you have to have all panels solar ready because it has the extra power usage. So if you plug something into a wall and you're not sure how much power it consumes versus how much the circuit can actually hold, you could blow the switch very easily.
I got orders to patrol the rooftops.
We already got men up there.
And they want more. Take it up with Serene if you disagree.
Well, Draco, like, in that scenario, it's actually brighter. I can actually see what's going on if I use time powers versus the other way around. Let's do this and follow the path of the yellow. But yeah, it's the same reason if you, like...
This is Airlift Prime. We've got the Time Machine Core in transit.
Thank you, Beth.
Beth.
But yeah, it's the reason why you don't hook up like a power bar to an outlet and then put another power bar into the outlet and then put another power bar into the outlet and then load up all of those slots with appliances, because you'll just cause a fire. It's the same reason. It's kind of the same thing.
HQ, we've got William Joyce in the library. Awaiting orders. Over.
Gotta move, Jack.
Roger. Keep a skeleton crew and wait for arrival of Monarch Actual. Everybody else needs to reunite at the Dry Docks Cronin extraction grounds. Wait for further orders there. Library is set to blow in 5 minutes.
We're not getting any response from the sniper unit. Investigating the rooftops as we speak.
Keep me posted.
Do 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 do.
The whole sniper unit's wiped. No way he did that on his own. We need to find out who's unaccounted for. This might be an inside job. Let's start a list of who's missing.
Yeah, because this is where Beth was standing just now, so now it's being covered by Monarch troops, so she must have taken the shot and then immediately run.
Joyce is on the rooftop! Negative! He's in the library! We're under fire!
Get your goddamn stories right. Where is he? I need answers! Where the hell is Joyce?
He's all over us!
I'm literally standing still, guys. And this dude's just kind of like head bumping. I don't know what is he doing? Like, does he have like headphones on? He's just like doing a jam. He's literally just trying to headbang over there on the other end of this. No, Break. They didn't graffiti the library. I think it's like a projector. I think they're like projecting light onto it that has the text. And now he's moving. We're good.
We need backup in the library! Stat!
HQ, this is Monarch Actual. Cancel that order, I'm on my way. I'll deal with Jack personally.
You heard him. Stand down.
Hold on, Will. I'm almost there.
Man, nothing going on there. Whoop. And I do not know how he's able to walk on this rigid ductwork so easily.
Okay, gotta get to the library.
If Joyce is in the library, then who'd they spot up here? Don't know, but I'm giving us 30 seconds to find out, then we get the hell out of here. I'm not gonna be caught on this rooftop when Serene makes a building go boom.
HQ. Neutralize the target at once. All units, hands on the target.
Goodbye. I mean, okay, dude, imagine this. Imagine this for a second. If Jack got his time power so insane that he wouldn't even need to shoot these guys, he would literally just fast forward this particular section of the roof to a time after the library exploded, so they literally just experienced a temporary explosion and then time reset so he could walk on it, but they were still killed in the explosion. That'd be freaking cool. Shit. Or just age them until they were dead? Yeah, no shit. Like, if we gave Jack the kind of broken time powers like Ultier does in Fairy Tail, oh my god, that'd be nuts. Wait, no! I was in a freaking shield! I was literally in a shield! What the fuck?
If Joyce is in the library, then who'd they spot up here? Don't know, but I'm giving us 30 seconds to find out, then we get the hell out of here. I'm not gonna be caught on this rooftop when Serene makes a building go. What? It's him!
Okay, I actually might take this guy out first. Let me see if I can just do this. Did that take him out? I can't tell. Nope, it did not. Okay, let's try if we can snipe him. I cannot snipe. Balls. Back up. Alright. Shit. I love how... Oh, God. How do I want to approach this? Fuck! What the crap? Fuck this guy.
If Joyce is in the library, then who'd they spot up here? Don't know, but I'm giving us... Who's shooting? What? It's him!
It's just like instant death. What the hell? Like, he's just sitting there ready for it. Okay, let me take care of this dude first. Back up, back up, back up, back. No, 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 no! Wrong way! Wrong way! Shit! 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 Okay, we're good. We're good. We survived. That's secretly a variant of September? No shit, bro. I'm Batman. Sorry, he asked who I thought I was. Are you done? I love the advanced SMG.
This is Monarch Actual. Approaching library rear entrance.
Oh no, no.
Okay, at least we got another backpack, so we can regen all of our ammo. Is that it? That's it. We're safe.
Gotta get down there.
Stand by to detonate the library. I'm going in.
Fuck.
Ow. His knees must be messed up by now.
Already gone. Lobby. Lobby, I'm running out of time. Why? Who is she?
She knows about the fracture. I trust her.
Glad you trusted somebody.
Okay. Let's go save our brother. So, the reason... Actually, let's just do this real quick, and then we'll rant. We'll rant afterwards.
Will.
There is. That's why I can't risk you opposing me, Will.
Wait, that door was just open. They messed up the cutscene there.
Trigger. I never wanted this.
Jack. You saved me. Welcome back. Hey, Will. Here's a present.
Countermeasure. How? Oh, Jack.
Will! Come on! Come on, let's go. Monarch had it the whole time. Does it work?
Came back from the future. For me. Fracture wasn't fixed.
Not yet. Does it work?
Theory, yes. We gotta get back to my time machine. Gotta get us back to the time where you came from.
No.
Future.
No.
It's the only way.
We need to stop the fracture here, in this time. Now.
Oh, Jack, listen to me. Fracture wasn't fixed in the time where you came from. So fixing it here, it's always gonna fail.
People are going to die, Will. You haven't seen what happens between now and then.
No, but you have. What you have done has set in motion a chain of events that cannot be broken.
Look, we don't know.
And if it could be broken, it could jeopardize the entire world. We get one shot at this. It's too much at stake, Jack.
Look, I know the stakes, okay?
And you gotta let go, Jack. Everything you have done to get to this place is necessary. Trust me. The past is set. But the future is. Right. We gotta go. This way.
If what you said is true, then how did I save you? I saw you die, Will.
Think, Jack. You never physically saw me die.
No body, no death.
I watched a roof collapse on top of you.
Creating the illusion of my death, yes. Which brought you here to make sure it remained only an illusion. It's all a loop. If time is an egg,
No egg metaphor.
No more eggs. Time egg is fucked. Alright, yeah, so... The trope of no body, no death is kind of made... They may have it make sense within the lore of the game, which is funny enough. So, Will's death was never considered a quote-unquote fixed
we have to get
point.
out of here and get to the Bradbury.
It was never a fixed point. So there's all... Because we never saw the death, therefore there is a waveform of potential outcomes of what happened to Will at the very beginning of the story. And if it's still in a waveform, which means there's possible futures that can happen. Anything you can imagine could happen. Therefore, it's not fixed point, and you can still find a way to collapse it into something that's advantageous to you.
What it is.
But if we physically saw Will die at the very beginning, let's say he was shot in the head, we know for a fact that's a fixed point, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. It's not like you can imagine a reality where he didn't die when you just watched his head get blown off. But because he disappeared behind falling rubble, therefore, hey, no body, no death, it works perfectly. In his comments about the past being fixed but the future not being so, the reason why is because the past, it's already been witnessed, therefore it's already fixed. And everything else. There can be stuff in the future that is fixed, but that's because time travel shenanigans. Otherwise, it's potential realities.
Oh, get down. Over here.
Goddamn bloodbath in there. I need some air.
Cleaners better get here quick.
Wait for them to leave. Now, I know it's a lot to take in, but the fact that you managed to save me and yet still maintain the illusion of my death is actually further proof of my point.
Risky
the past remains intact.
Stick to the plan.
Nothing changes, and the Novikov self-consistency principle prevails.
Oh, great. We can high-five about that later.
Right. Let's save the world first.
Come on, let's meet up with the convoy.
Okay, they're gone. Let's go.
Surprised you actually waited. It's almost like you're listening to me.
Well, the last time I didn't listen to you, the fracture occurred. Consider me open to following orders.
That doesn't sound like my brother.
I know.
Alright, let's just pause here real quick. So, in the novelization, Will makes a couple good points here. This story takes place, I want to say, over like a day-and-a-half period. So he makes the comment that no one can know that he is still alive until after they make the final attempt for the next couple days, essentially. Because if Monarch ever found out he was alive, therefore the illusion of his death would be gone completely. And 2 days later, they still believe him to be dead, therefore they never found out he was alive, therefore he has to remain hidden from everyone. On top of that, Will clarifies that the fracture is not just about stopping time, about like the end zero state where time stops. It's about inviting other possible realities to exist within the same space, where there is millions of different alternate varied time streams that are all occupying one physical location, and that just does not work. It's pure chaos at that point. Now, did anyone else just get a quick little giggle there when they were talking about, oh, a cleaner should be here soon? And I just think Max Payne 2 and the cleaners. Yeah, maybe I'm weird. I thought that was humorous.
All right, through here. We can't risk helping them.
I know what happens if I don't.
And it'll still happen, Jack. I meant what I said back there. And there are no exceptions. If you get suckered into trying to change what can't be changed, it may cost us everything. Please, Jack. Our future depends on this. You said Monarch had the countermeasure this whole time. How? Why?
I mean, cleaners is a very common
Paul
phrase,
was using it to fuel
so
some kind of messed up survival program.
They must have somehow repurposed it as a localized Chronon field regulator. Dr. Emerald and Dr. Kim both took positions at Monarch. Now I think I understand why.
And our final Chronon source is by this creepy dude.
Yeah.
Done. Diary. Oh wait, no. Sorry, I lied. There's still 2 more in the final chapter. My bad. I apologize. This is when we first learned the dash ability.
I always assumed it was Beth Wilder who had the countermeasure, keeping it safe. She was the one who warned me, told me to build it.
I know.
You met her. Is she helping us?
She was.
Ah, I see. Watch out.
And there's Beth. Yo, Trailblazer, me knocking over that painting is not me being a menace. It'd be more like if I tilted every single painting in the hallway. That'd be true evil right there. Just to get Sir Integra a headache. You can never have enough Helsing, abridged references. I wonder how that would work. I mean, legitimately, because he did just whisper something into her ear during a piece of frozen time. But her brains, when time unfreezes, technically she still picks up the message, but she never heard it. Because the sound happened so quickly, it was like a single frame of reality. But her brain still was able to process that something was spoken. Hence why she looked over. She's like, wait, what? What? I wonder what kind of, like, brainwashing someone can do in that sense, where they freeze time, whisper a message into someone's ear, unfreeze time, and they never realize they got whispered to, but... Yeah, you can do so much subliminal messaging that way. That'd actually be a crazy way to use this kind of time travel tech. You'll find out later, James. Yeah, that'd actually be pretty interesting to go down that route, to explore what could happen that way. And here's how the Nick's taxi showed up, and I gotta talk over that music.
Look,
Oh yeah, Vest, you
I know
can
I
absolutely
get you
do
in the
that.
dark. When I started my work, you were so young, and afterwards, I always hoped it would all pass you by without touching you.
Yeah. I get it. Come on. Let's just go to the future and fix this mess.
So yep, he went and stole Nick's cab and drove all the way out here. But yeah, like, I'm pretty sure that actually is used, Vest, where you have a single frame of, like, a message appear on screen while you're watching something, like on television or on the internet, and your brain picks it up, but your eyes don't pick it up. Like, there's a whole huge... You can look that stuff up IRL. It's kind of crazy.
Well, that's the great cab mystery of 2016 solved. I hope Nick's okay. Wherever he is. Or whenever. Whatever.
He went back in time, changed his name to Ben Jones, and won the lottery. Because remember, Monarch still does not know where Nick is. To this day. Dude legit just went back in time with winning lotto tickets. He even told them, I got the winning lotto tickets, I'll go splitsies with you. Nope, he just took it, went for himself.
Wait a second.
And you know what? Good for him. He deserves it. We need Nick DLC. Yes. Nick DLC just to figure out what he did after this.
You hid the machine here. You really never used it yourself?
No, I didn't dare. Not after the man came out. It was Paul. He tried to kill me.
I mean, technically we are getting a Nick DLC, guys. It's called Control Resonant. And we're getting it in less than a month.
Hey, Night Owls. It's your boy, Bobby. Listen, if anybody's at the protest at the Riverport University, I'd sure love to hear from you. I'm hearing some pretty disturbing things, so give me a call here at the studio. I think we could all use a first-hand account of what's going down. I've actually tried to call some people I know down there, but my calls don't seem to be getting through. Anyway, our lines are open. We'll be right back.
So I'm actually curious what this, if this radio is here, if we did the PR route. Because the Teresa said mark, her last broadcast would have been in Monarch Tower during part 1 of this act. I'm curious what would have played here. Because there is no alternate version. Actually, I don't think there is. One second. Let me double check the wiki. Just to make sure. But I don't think... Yeah, there is no PR variant of that radio broadcast. So I'm curious if it's even here during PR. Because like, I could imagine that he makes a comment, hey, I'm back in the air, guys. Because now he took it back from Monarch Control, but, you know.
Damn. Rusted shut. Jack, a hand?
Oh, no, you're right, Darkanoid, because this is a point in time before he got replaced. We are back in time. Yeah. So the PR decision had just been made, and they hadn't yet swapped him out for Teresa. You're right. I'm an idiot. I'm not thinking fourth dimensionally. Dimensionally, as Doc Brown would put it.
One more time.
When Monarch came for the time machine at the university, Paul was trapped in it. He escaped into the future. Whatever happened to him there changed him.
Somehow he found my machine there and used it to come back to 1999.
And founded Monarch. He escaped from Monarch and became what he escaped from.
Insanity. I never should have built the machine. I should have left well enough alone.
The stutters are gonna get worse, fast. And there's something in them.
What do you mean?
I can't even describe it. It was this guy that I've seen, but living distortion.
I'd love to see one.
Believe me, you wouldn't. Everything lines up a little too perfectly. It's creepy.
And sorry, Nick, your conspiracy theory that this is trying to hide a blood trail, that one's wrong. Alright, so this is the only inconsistency I've noticed. Second. But when we later come here to this location in a few hours, after the whole incident at the dry docks, there is a sticky note on this TV that says Beth Wilder play me or something to that effect. We are here before Beth, Nick, and Jack show up the second time. And that sticky note's not here. It should be here right now. And I know that, like, for example, Will does not put it on there because we immediately head through and head to the time machine. So I don't know where... That's just a major inconsistency. Yeah, he could have just put it up, except he didn't. We're watching him not doing it. We're literally watching him... Yeah. I mean, all they needed to do was have like a little bit of an animation of him drawing, like writing on a sticky note and putting it up there, and boom, we'd be fine. But no.
Just the way I left it. Hope it still works.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go to the future. A little after your time of departure. Before the fractures stop time permanently. I don't know. I'm a little concerned about this.
It'll be dangerous.
Of course it'll be dangerous. At this point, what isn't? But I have been curious to try this.
Alright, so there's a cool scene. I have it in my notes to talk about here in the novel, but let's wait until they stop talking.
Wow. So this is what it looks like.
Okay, I'm not going to let him talk, so we're just going to do this through the pause menu. Alright, so after Paul... let's go back in time to the start of the story. When Paul first enters the time machine, and before he ends up in the... after he goes to the end of time, and he emerges forth again, Martin Hatch is there to greet him. Like, basically, as soon as he leaves Will's workshop, heads out into the world, Martin is there to meet him. He basically guides him towards the role. So from the very beginning, Paul falls under the sway of Martin Hatch. And Jack is literally sitting there watching this echo play out in front of him. And as the as the echo fades, the phantom, the echo of Martin Hatch, turns around, looks right at Jack, as if he sees him, as if the echo from the past is self-aware that somebody in the future from a different point in time is watching him. Snaps his finger and the echoes end immediately. Oh yeah, Force leaves. And it reminds me of two other instances in the Remedyverse. One, when Alan has drinking the moonshine of the Anderson brothers, ends up going back and revisiting the point in time during at the cabin. And he's watching the scene where the Dark Presence is corrupting him and touching to insert darkness in him so he can control the story he's writing. And Barbara Jagger turns around and watches the disembodied Alan, who's just watching it from within a dream. So from within a dream, the Dark Presence recognizes him, somebody watching her from the future. Also, in Alan Wake 2, Mr. Dorr does the same thing, where he recognizes that Alan is writing about him on the page, and he chooses to just go along with it. So Mr. Dorr does this, the Dark Presence does this, and now we see a third example where Martin Hatch does this. Which I think is just a really cool detail, and like they could have... it's so frustrating because the game could have had so much cool moments like that, and they just didn't have the time to include them. Anyways. Alright, let's go, Will.
Hey, Jack. When we exit, it'll be a little past the point you were at when you left to save me. That's our window, when we know it can work, before time actually ends for good.
It may not be much of a window. Monarch was sure it was imminent.
Huh. Like they're experts.
They kind of are.
All they know they stole from me. You worry about your end, I'll worry about mine.
All right, Will. That works.
This is amazing.
I think that's Beth right there.
I never imagined it would be like this.
Yeah. It's a trip, all right.
Just look at this. The metaspace. So this is what it looks like. I just wish I had some instruments with me. There's so much to explore here. You have no idea, Jack. Okay. Okay. We should go.
The metaspace, that's what he refers to this as. Like, I'd argue that points and times when we travel through this loop is the closest thing we have to a scientific dark place in this universe. It's the closest thing we have.
Crap.
Hang on, Will.
He refers to it as a metaspace. Hey, bro, chill.
What the hell did they do?
Holy moly. Holy Moses.
No, 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 no!
Bradbury Building's a cheeky name, yeah.
We need to get it moving. We don't have time for this.
Forget Will, Jack. However we came to be here, he's done. It's over.
What's going on, Paul? You look fucked up. Even by your fucked up standards.
You took the CFR, Jack.
I took it back. I don't care how messed up you are, Paul. You're not taking it from me.
I don't want it! I just want it gone. Forever.
Gone. What about your survival plan?
Fuck the lifeboat, Jack! We're just gonna let the clock run out on this and be done with it.
Alright. Oh, I'm Bep. Yeah, so the university does have a lot of buildings that are named after science fiction authors. It's all over the place. Like, they have a reference to the author of A Wrinkle in Time and other things like that. So, a really cool thing in the novel during this entire... Oh, shit! Hold on. He's about to do his explosions! I'm dead. I should have been paying attention. So, during the novel in this fight, it occurs in the stutter, which it kind of sometimes is right now and sometimes isn't. But Shining Palm, the shifter Shining Palm is here. And it's just... yeah. It's just a whole other degree. Oh my god! Paul, stop doing the explosions! Those AoE explosions are just being stupid right now. Stop it, Paul! Cut it out. I guess because this is hard difficulty, he's doing it way more often. So yeah, not only is Jack and Paul fighting, but Shining Palm is all over the place, just injecting himself into the conflict. Shit, run, run. Move! It's harder to see where the origin point of these explosions are, too. Where is he? Where? There you are. Shit! Move! God damn it. Yeah. Yeah, that one was just bad positioning. He just happened to be right on top of me. And because, yeah, I'm gonna say because this is hard mode, he legitimately just drops those bombs the entire time rather than every so often.
However we came to...
And the problem with this, too, is it's really hard to see where the epicenter of the explosion is. Like, you have to consistently run just to make sure he doesn't drop it on you, but even with that, it doesn't help too much. Shit! There it is, there it is! Run! Run, 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 run. Okay, I think we escaped it. There he is. Shit, I did not want to shoot that. Okay, we're good. Shit! Run. It's hard to see. Stop getting stuck on the geometry, Jack. Alright, there we go. Okay, we're good.
It's vulnerable now. Yes, that did something.
Back. Got it. Okay, so I've got a perfectly timed explosion right here. Boom. And it blocked it. Son of a bitch. I really wish I could just... Shit. Run! I really wish I could just pick up that exploding barrel with launch ability like Jesse and fling it at them right now. That would make this so much easier. Shit! Get out of there. Fuck. Honestly, the environment design is probably the hardest part about this entire encounter. Because you can get stuck on so many corners. Move, bro! Get your crotch out of my face. Oh shit, that's a big boy. Come on, get over here. There you are. Perfect. Ow. Why are you climbing on that, bro? Okay, we got plenty of ammo. Where is the big boy? There he is. Shit. Shit. Break it. Yeah, that's not working. I need to get into cover so I can heal. Okay, where'd he go? There he is. Come on, break it. Okay, where is the explosion epicenter?
Us? Who the fuck are you talking about?
When it's quiet, you can still join us. So he's starting to become aware of the other shifters at this point. And he acknowledges that once we get to the end of time, everything is quiet because you don't have to deal with infinite realities anymore. Okay, we got 2 explosions, and I think there's going to be a third one. Shit, and there's explosion number 3. Let's run all the way back. Okay, let's go.
Now's my chance.
Got it. So yeah, Shining Palm is including himself in this entire conflict. Oh, Chris says you just beat this boss fight yesterday on hard mode. Congratulations, dude. And that's the moment he officially dies. Or does he?
Hey, Will, hey. It's okay. Jack. What? Never mind. Tell me later. We got work to do.
He's like, I don't give a shit. Mission oriented, you know what? I'm on board with that.
To hook up the counter mission to the core.
is designed to hypersaturate the Maya Joyce field with chronon particles. The time machine's like an amplifier. That'll cause a chain reaction and rejuvenate the field. It'll be a universal event.
I'll take your word for it. Just make it happen.
Jack, give me a hand with this.
1 second, buddy. And of course, the audio does not activate. Yeah, it's because the little you see the little blue wave above the magnifying glass. That means there's audio there, but it's not activating. Yeah, this game's bugged out like that. Anyways, let's just go in here to silence the audio a little bit. You guys ready for the final big plot twist? You guys ready for it? Sure, I can try the other side. Yeah, no, it's still not working. Alright, guys. Oh no, Will's not dead, Trailblazer. That's Paul. Paul's dead. He smashed his head in. Alright, guys. So, as I mentioned, Shining Palm is all throughout this boss fight. By the end of this conflict, Paul is not yet dead, but he's literally on the way out. Where he knows that he's going to be turning into a shifter very, very quickly. In that moment, like the last few moments of life, or of a singular life, I should say, Paul reaches into his shirt and pulls out his necklace. Remember, at that time, all three of them, Beth, Jack, and Paul, all had those little silver bullets that they took from Aberfoyle's gun in the aftermath of that event back in 2012. At the very beginning of the story, they held those silver bullets as necklaces around their neck. Paul grabbed that silver bullet and was holding it in his hand in his final moments, and in that moment, Shining Palm and Paul merged into one being. It turns out Shining Palm is a shifter Paul, and the reason why his palm is shining is because he is permanently holding that silver bullet in his hand, reflecting the light out. He literally has a bullet of light in his hand, which causes his palm to shine. And since it happened at the inception of him becoming a shifter, therefore his shifter permanently has that silver bullet clasped. That's a cool little detail there. So yeah, it was himself. So his own shifter self was stalking him since the end of time, trying to push him into becoming a shifter, and the two eventually met, but because he had the bolt of light when he became a shifter, therefore he always does. Kinda wild. I mean, more of a image similarity to the Alan Wake 2 bolt of light, but like, I'm calling it a bolt of light. The book didn't say that. I'm just saying that because it makes the mind immediately go to Alan Wake 2. And this is why Shining Paul would kill the other shifters? Yes, but it also would imply, why did Shining Palm, aka Shifter Paul, grab Jack back in 2010 at the very end of the Ground Zero event and send him forward in time back to 2016 so he could be back with Nick and move on to infiltrate Monarch Tower. Even as a shifter, Paul was helping Jack achieve his goal to get to this point. Even as a shifter, Paul was still looking out for his best friend. Even though his instinct is to destroy all the stuff, there are versions of himself. Because remember, what a shifter is every variation of who you are in every potential reality merged into one entity. And there were enough versions of Paul that still were trying to help Jack, while others would try to kill him, yes. But there was enough that he made a difference and allowed Jack to reach this conclusion, this final finish line. No, Penguin. Martin Hatch equals Mr. Door. Martin Hatch's Door. Who is a much more powerful shifter than Paul is. But that's why, like, I love his characterization in the book so much more, because it really makes him a sympathetic villain. Or antagonist. I would call him a sympathetic antagonist, not a villain. He was a reluctant antagonist. His actions were pure resignation, and he desperately wanted to reconcile and make amends for what he did to the entire Joyce family. Shining Palm, Shifter Paul, yeah, same initials.
What do you need? The countermeasure's charge is low. We'll need a jolt of chronon particles. A jump start. That's you.
And the charge is low because Monarch drained it as a battery to power all their tech.
Don't stop. Hurry up. It's working. It's like a pushing against the entire goddamn universe. I got it.
Oh my god, it's a time breaker from Night Springs episode. So there is a semantical difference between time breakers in Night Springs.
The countermeasure.
And
it
a
stitched
shifter.
time back together everywhere. The destruction couldn't be undone. The lives we lost were real. But we fixed it.
Jack. Will.
Clocks kept on ticking.
Come on. Come on.
I think we just saved the universe.
Yeah. Where's Paul?
He's dead. It's gone. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Will, he was wrong about everything.
Was he?
Will. The countermeasure worked.
Whoa. Countermeasure burned out. The Maya Joyce field should be stable now.
And his Chronon Syndrome starts to take effect.
There's no reason to believe that the fracture isn't over.
Except we know that 2021 is a fixed point, and the end of time is still going to happen, just not now. There's 5 more years to figure out what actually caused it and how to fix it. Well, Paul is everywhere, every when.
One more question. Paul Serene's entire philosophy was that time is a set path, and nothing can be changed. At the time, you obviously disagreed. But after everything you've seen and done, we need to know. What do you believe now? Was he right? Or is it possible to change things?
I'll come back for you.
The line. It's the line. Alright, guys, unfortunately I'm going to have to skip through that. We can't have the music going on, but it is the line of Quantum Break that makes a resurgence in Night Springs.
You've been very patient with us, and very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that patience is starting to wear pretty thin.
Of course. Right outside.
And they say you can play that game without having prior knowledge of other Remedy games, but it doesn't have the same emotional impact, damn it.
Mr. Joyce.
Still alive. Shifter Hatch, aka Mr. Door.
I thought you wanted to talk, not get my life story.
Well, you were at the heart of all of this.
And you can understand our need to find out exactly what happened.
I heard it's all being pinned on Paul. It's quite the feat.
Paul Serene always danced to his own tune, you know that.
I don't think that audio is supposed to be playing right now.
His delusions did tremendous damage to Monarch, but we can still salvage this company. We could use a man like you. It's not the same Monarch you know, Mr. Joyce. Your exceptional qualities are obvious, and we both know you have certain needs our expertise could help with.
Yeah, I think the audio's glitched right now. And now Jack can do these. Junction points. Accept Hatch's offer or reject him. We have Jack's choice here. The unwilling disciple, as Mr. Dorr mentions about Tim Breaker. And that's it. Punch him in the nuts, Jax. Yeah, so his choice of whether he accepts Hatch's offer or just walks away. Quantum Break 2 when? I mean, technically, Poison Pill Entertainment decided to make Time Breaker the video game, which is technically a sequel to the original story. So you could argue that some of what happens in Time Breaker is some of the ideas they had for Quantum Break 2. But okay, so let's talk about the semantical difference. So shifters are an aspect of everythingness, where it's every variation of you. What a time breaker is within the context of the Night Springs episode is more every time a variant of you is killed, they can be held as a after image zombie in service of Mr. Dorr. So if Dorr travels to 5 or 6 or 20 or 100 different universes and kills the actor in each of those universes, then he has a time zombie, essentially, that obeys his will. So it's a singular entity, not an everythingness entity, so they're kind of polar opposites. So I could be wrong about this break, but what I heard is that technically Remedy always had the IP rights of Alan Wake, even back then, but they did not have the publishing rights. Microsoft owned the publishing rights to Alan Wake. So even though they technically owned the IP, they couldn't produce a game. They couldn't publish a game in that universe with that title. I heard that recently, and I'm not sure if that's 100% accurate. But yeah, I would love to have a Quantum Break 2, but... So let's go with the songs real quick. So there's 2 songs here. At the end of the section was a tune called Trainway 1979 by Death From Above. And the end credits tune is Higgs Boson Blues by Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. And if that band name sounds familiar, that's because they did a song called Up Jump the Devil in Alan Wake 1. But anyways, I don't know about that, Penguin, because right now Microsoft is actually selling off video game assets, so I don't think they're going to be purchasing more, because their gaming division has been losing money left and right. So I do not honestly believe that they'd be trying to absorb new assets when they're losing money to begin with them, and they're selling off assets and laying people off. But okay, guys, we still have one more thing to go over before we end off this stream, and that is the epilogue of the novel Zero State. So these events of the game take place on October 8th and 9th of 2016. Well, now we're going to jump forward to Halloween. Now, Jack, during this section, does make the comment that this is the time of year where the veil is the thinnest. At this point in time, the story picks up, let me see, in a future where Jack rejects Hatch's offer. Just rejects it outright, and he does not become the quote-unquote unwilling apprentice. Takes place in Halloween, which is only a few weeks after the end of the game. Jack has decided to take a leaf out of his old friend Zed, aka Beth Wilder, and completely change up his everything about his appearance, his gait, how he behaves. He shaved his head bald, and he's grown a beard, and now he wears glasses. He's kind of shifted his posture, and he's doing this for the sole purpose of not being noticed. He's trying to stay off of Monarch's radar, so he's become a completely different person, kind of like how Zed would always switch up her personality, her clothing, her visuals, how she looked, and all stuff like that. He comes up to a park bench and finds Amy Ferrero sitting there. Remember, she's been missing from the entire book. She was there at the very beginning, they dropped her off at home, and we never hear from her again until now. And even now, she's still working on passing out information regarding Monarch's involvement in this entire scenario. However, when Jack sits next to her, she does not recognize him. Because again, she only met him once or twice, and then he's changed his entire appearance to the point where he's non-recognizable. Now, he leaves, and he takes her pamphlet and drops another piece of paper into the trash can. And she ends up going, for some reason, I don't know if it's in the trash can or if he just drops it next to her, but it's a one-way ticket to Thailand. He just leaves it there next to her. Because remember, as soon as the story was over, Jack fully planned on going back to Thailand and getting the hell out of Riverport. Or at least that was his intention at the beginning of the story. But he leaves behind the one-way ticket to Thailand, marking that he's staying. He's not going to be leaving town anymore. He has a business to attend to. Now, Amy finds that, and starts to have some suspicions. She starts to follow Jack, and they end up at the old house that Zed/Beth owned way back in the day. Remember I said when she left town in 2010 and just disappeared, she had a house that she used to live in, and the house was then put up on the market, on the sales market, but it never sold. Jack has been staying in that place. Amy follows him all the way to the front door. He goes inside and descends down into the basement where they have a meeting of the minds. Nick is down in the basement of that building, and Dr. Sophia Amaral. So Jack, Nick, and Sophia have been working together, trying to figure out the problem of the 2021 end of time, because they know that that's still happening. They know that it's still going to occur, and now they have 5 years to figure it out. Now remember, in the book, Sophia was much more sympathetic to Jack and Beth's plight, and she didn't just betray them. She was like, okay, no, this makes 100% sense. Monarch has been lying to me. They had not been giving me the information. I want to fix this problem, but I haven't been given the details, and the second they informed her, she's like, okay, cool, I'm on board. Now we see that she's officially on board. So Nick, Jack, and Sophia are in the basement. Sophia's been working on a new piece of tech. And today is on Halloween is the first activation. Again, the day where the veil is the thinnest. The science behind it, I'm not going to really try to guess at. But if we're going to use magical terms, it's essentially an electronic, scientific summoning circle and binding sigil. And what they end up doing is summoning in a stasis field Shining Palm. They literally summon Shifter Paul out of the everythingness of time and bind him inside of this stasis field and tell him, essentially, that now that he has access to infinite timelines from where he sits, he can witness all potential realities simultaneously. It's like a cheat code to the multiverse. And the three of them tell him that over the next 5 years, the four of them now have a lot of work to do to solve this problem finally. So they're going to be making use of Shining Palm, aka Shifter Paul, to figure out exactly what needs to happen to prevent the 2021 end of time. Because he has all the answers to all the riddles from where he sits. And that's how the book ends. And we don't know anything past that, unfortunately. Again, this never occurs in the game continuity, so no idea. But yeah, I really like that ending because it gives us that, at least a roadmap for what they could have done with a sequel. And it also really hammers home the fact that they're banking on enough variations of Paul within that shifter personality still wanting to help. And he gives the intel. And with that, they can finally get at least a roadmap to having a solution. But that's really about it, guys. That's the end of Quantum Break. Now, I'm going to probably be taking a week or so off, solely so that I can get all my notes ready to go for Control. I'm about 75% of the way through the art book. I've got all those notes down, but then I need to do my replay so I can get my collectible map, get all my other big talking points ready to go. And then we'll be hitting Control 2, not next week, but hopefully the week after. And I am going to be scheduling enough streams so that we finish the game before Control Resonant. So that we can just finish Control 1 and immediately jump right into Control Resonant when it releases. But that's it, everybody. I really appreciate you all for hanging out, for joining me on this. And I do have about half a page of additional notes, which I'm going to be including into the script when I finally get around to writing this. But everyone, that's a wrap. I appreciate you all. I can't even talk right now. I appreciate everyone for hanging out and joining me throughout this whole thing. And you enjoy your weekend, and I will see you all in a week and a half or so. Take care.